Good morning, everybody. I hope you are all well. We are here for another day. This is the 5th day of the Circus Maximus 5. We have had a lot of reschedules from today, so today is actually quite a light day. We're anticipating a 3 or a 3:30 p.m. finish, so if you're here already, why not hang around and stay with us to the end? It won't actually be too much of a slog. Let's not talk about tomorrow though. There's a lot going on tomorrow. I will bring up the schedules very shortly. But before we do, I want to just talk about some of what we've seen so far in the tournament. Now, we know we've seen winner brackets progress through, and we know we're actually seeing a combination of winner bracket games today and tomorrow, along with loser bracket games today and tomorrow. And I think the more important thing is just to talk about the teams that are no longer with us. There are a few teams who have been knocked out entirely. So they may have started in 3 or 2 or even 1 division, but they're in none now. Now I did a wrap at the end of last week, but I like to give a big shout out to the chainmail game. They showed up, they did every division. They're not with us anymore, but they did the right thing. They put their all in every game. And we got people there who, I know Silver Lloyd hadn't been in a tournament before, and I know he was pretty excited to be able to do this, and I hope we see him around at the next one. The last 2 slices of cheese, they also are no longer with us. They were in every division, but they're not now. The Wicked Wings. Big Wig and his disciples, if you will. They were in melee and archery. They are no longer. Who are you doing, Step Vet? They too are no longer with us. They were in every division. In addition to that, we've seen the average Cope Enjoyers knocked out of cavalry. We've seen Delete Mordhau knocked out of archery and cavalry. We've seen the Eccentric Deviants flunk out from melee and cavalry. We've seen Skillhook Brown Parry Esports lose in melee and cavalry. We've seen Headrot, they're also out of melee and archery. We've seen the White Stallion Company not able to hold up in melee and archery. But who's left? Plenty of teams. 10 teams, in fact. The average Cope Enjoyers are still around. They're in melee and archery. Delete Mordhau, they're still in melee. Eccentric Deviants are still in archery. Skillhook Brown Parry Esports are still in archery. Headrot, they're still kicking around in cavalry. The 6 Sheep Sick, they're in melee, archery, and cavalry still. The Smelly Mice, they are still in melee, archery, and cavalry as well, although a number of those games are loser bracket. The Vatican Expeditionary Force, they're in melee and cavalry. The Vatican Foreign Force, they're in melee. The White Stallion Company, we're about to see them play what could be their last game of cavalry. In addition, we've had some big news this week as well. There has been an emergency substitution permitted by the Tawny team. Solved, who was formerly the leader of the Vatican Expeditionary Force, is no longer. He's been subbed off that team due to a natural disaster. In his place, Bork has stepped up to be the leader, and they have brought in a restricted player to replace Solved. Please give a warm welcome to King Bobo wherever he is right now. Additionally, we had some drama earlier in the week. On Sunday, the tournament staff noted some content that was being posted in tournament channels, which was in violation of tournament rules. And I'm going to be pretty abrupt here, because I don't think that people's personal likeness or personal information about themselves should ever be posted anywhere, especially not as something we treat casually like a meme. Initially, the player was conduct cautioned. However, we didn't have the full scale of all the posts from the outset. Another concerned person submitted to us extra information, and we decided to escalate that conduct caution to a tournament disqualification. Now, subsequent to that, we went to the player and allowed them an appeal. They also received a very polite character reference from a member of their team. Someone not necessarily known for going out of their way or doing anything shifty or anything like, I would not see them ever usually step forwards to defend anything at all. And we took that on board quite seriously, because here they are providing us a character reference for someone. And we spoke to the person in question as well, and they were reasonable throughout the whole disciplinary process scene. Now, at the end of that matter, we've determined just to conduct caution that individual, and so no one this week has been disqualified from the tournament. That provisional disqualification has been retracted. So, aside from Solved being subbed out and Bobo being subbed in, there are no player changes for any of the team this week to report. But I'll again make the point that we made it very clear what we would not permit in the rules, and they should be the standard we hold everyone to. Everyone should be safe, even if at some point they self-deprecatingly go along with it. When they're not in the Discord, when they have no right of reply and no ability to control it, no one's information should be being shared like that. It's extraordinarily unfair. But that's where I'll leave that. Flatty, how you going this morning?
Pretty sleepy. How you going?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. We've got a nice light day for everybody today, so hopefully you get some sleep afterwards.
Sleep never comes.
I like how everyone's looking at their clocks going, but it's afternoon. Not for Flatty, it's not.
I had a full last day yesterday, and yeah, the week continues.
Well.
Pre-Christmas is like that, I guess.
Well, let's take a look at the schedule that we have for today, because I think that's going to be pretty important. I will bring up, if I can find, where have I hidden my match schedule for today? There it is, and everyone's going to gawp at it because it's really small. They're just going to be like, wait, what? Alright guys, let's get to that schedule. Smallest schedule you ever seen in your life. We got 4 games today. We got 2 cavalry games though, so you picked the right day, Flatty. Half of today's games are cavalry. I bet you've never heard that before.
Well,
not this tournament anyway. Alright, so we do have our game of Horsesketball, which I know they're very eager to get started into. We're 10 minutes late on that, but we got plenty of time to work with today. I'm actually I'm just sitting here waiting. I'll just quickly flip into the server view that I've got. No one's in here yet. Maybe I'm about to be advised we've got to go join the other server. I don't know. But I'm in here, ready to go, waiting for a Horsesketball game. No one's in here though.
No, they're in server 1. They're getting prepped.
Alrighty, well, we'll get back to the schedule there. There's what you're going to see today. It's nice and easy. You're going to see a game of Cavalry Horsesketball. You're going to see Skirmish 16 Melee Loser Bracket game. You're going to see a Cavalry Duels game. This is the only one in the whole tournament. This is to determine which loser bracket player from Cavalry gets to go through to the loser bracket final. They have to show their man-to-man single combat strength on a horse. And of course, finally there, tucked in at the end of today, we have the Melee Winner Bracket Final. Again, a new format. It is 6-point skirmish, best of 5. But
the map is ready.
Enough of that. Let's actually get started, shall we?
Yeah, the rep is actually really onto it today.
So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. This is Cavalry Loser Bracket Round 3, Game 2. It's a reschedule from yesterday, but it is more than welcome. We are seeing the White Stallion Company, who have dropped down from the winner bracket, about to take on the Smelly Mice, who are fighting their way through the entire loser bracket, looking for that coveted cavalry loser bracket final. And we're off. I will just get rid of that music, guys. Bear with me.
Okay, straight away, White Stallion Company tried to block the arch, denying access to the field, but it's left his teammate running the ball down the field. The Central is struggling to pick him off. The ultimate kite by Kai as expected.
Oh!
Hippo managed to escape the blockade, gets there just in time. Ball is wasted. Scooby puts another ball down halfway down the field. It's only going to last there for 15 seconds, so they probably can't recycle that one. They got a new ball. They're hugging pretty close this time. Change of strat.
Look, they should be going down a wall to deny that double angle approach from the sides.
Yeah, they're going for that wall on the right side. And straight away, Distance Rollers struggling with the strange turn caps for that.
Fair cop, to be fair, if you're going along that wall there, it limits your dodging options if you're on foot as well.
Yeah, I think it's probably a lot more punishing for the horse than it is the... Oh,
He ran right into that.
yeah. That was a good bunt style. He was going for the morph.
Oh no!
Doesn't hit the rim, but it was a good attempt. It's going for the layup, basically. Oh, ball boy straight down. Oh my god. Distance rolls. Distance rolls going into a bad position. That's going to drain some time. He's actually just helped them by running into that.
White Stallion Company need to get this right now. They need to get this. They have this opportunity here where they got only one horseman in the game.
Oh, Hippo might not notice that they just recycled that ball halfway down the field already. Scooby's going for it. He doesn't realise that's a point going to them.
There's another horse coming in. Distanthal's eyeing him off. He's seeing a man running down there and he's thinking, no, he's not.
They don't see it. They don't see it.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is 1 point for the White Stallion Company.
They just realised.
I've heard the ding.
That's super sneaky. Yeah, they're super sneaky by Scooby.
Honestly, Scooby should let them kill him here. He's going to get down there way quicker if he does.
If you can drain their time, like the ball was already out in the field. Oh, he couldn't get away. He zoned him with that couch. He's going for the second zone attempt. Couldn't pull it off. So they don't necessarily have to kill him. They can also just keep him hostage in position for a while. Because it's all about draining the clock for the horsemen.
Yeah, there's 6 minutes, and obviously we're already through probably at least, I'd say 2.5 of them. We're probably near the halfway point. Let me know if you see the time in chat, Bloody.
Yeah, it's at 3 minutes at the moment.
There you go, they're halfway.
Yeah, the Hippo is doing a pretty good job body blocking, just draining time. He wasn't getting any successful hits though. I heard is on half health. He does go down to the swing.
Scooby's managed to get this all the way along that side again without even being noticed. But he's going to struggle here. He's got 2 horses on him.
Both players seem to be changing strat every single run out. trying to hit
they got a horse down, but Blue have lost a player too. Sorry,
it's a
Red.
Thrown ball. They can't re-pick up a thrown ball. They only just found that out. Okay, they're going split again.
Hippo looks like he's suicided in order to get a horse. Potentially?
Yeah, I'm not sure. But that was...
That may be a rule violation there, although it doesn't look like a pause has been into effect because the refs will just tally them at the end.
Yeah. Oh, Distance Roll is...
He's figured out the slow game.
Struggling. Oh, he's struggling a little bit because Guy is really good at evading. Scooby's doing the reversing stab, which is really hard to kill. You have to be pretty pinpoint perfect when people are backwards walking.
You pathetic piece of trash.
Oh, Scooby is in a good position to damage Hippo's horse. Carhood's getting away there. Oh,
He's losing health to those bunts. I saw him get bunted 3 times there.
Yeah. Sent the laugh my ass off in the chat to that bunt. He couldn't get away from it.
Remember, guys, this is elimination. Whitestone Company only got 1 point, but we've seen teams score 3 or 4 points. And they're the teams that win.
Hippo was baiting Scooby with the glove charge. When he did the switch, distance roll, switch back onto Scooby and took him out. They're jamming up into each other though. They haven't figured out their formation.
Oh my god!
Bang into each other. Carhood's doing a great job using that wall to limit their turning angles because they've banged into each other and the wall so many
I think
times
this is really not ideal for the 2 horsemen to split up, each of them trying to get someone who's dodging them.
Carhood's got elite level reading. It's pretty comical. Go, Carhood, go!
Look, he's taking it really slow, isn't he? You see him really making the effort to dodge every single thing each time, no matter how far back he gets. Shh. They can't have long left on the clock now. Spearsy wants to come down here. He wants this rock here. He knows it's here. He's been running this whole way. He's got
clock, 5 seconds.
Every time he does that,
Time. That's game.
that's game. There it is. You got your 1 point on the clock there, or your 1 point on the scoreboard there, I should say. Look, it's a long run down from the Jerky Jake gate down to the Eagle entrance. I tell you what, it's a long run. Maybe Spearsy would have been better off in one of those light kits like Carhood had. I can't imagine that he would have been worse off most of the time there. Look, they are... A lot of the time, those guys aren't getting that triple damage bonus, or they're getting leg shots and not able to kill them with the one shot. But that same is true of the naked kid as well. We saw Carhood last plenty of times where he just got hit in the leg.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. Both teams are laughing about that last bit. I held him hostage there with the dodge. Every time he like wound up, he just switched. And they're just looking at each other for ages. I don't know how many shot attempts that was from distance roll.
Yeah, that was...
Not a lot. But both of those players have probably lost control just laughing at each other.
Yeah, no, he definitely did well. The thing is, it kind of just catches up to you in the end. If you imagine, you can only do it so well. You don't have 100% of dodge in every one, and that horse is on top of you, and every time you have to dodge a bit backwards, it's always, you know, like 1 step backwards, 1.5 step forwards, sort of the whole way down the pitch.
It doesn't take a lot to get out of range, because the low speeds anyway.
Yeah, you're right.
Like
but
1 meter of movement, but you got like so much time because you got the entire wind-up time because you.
Yeah, 100%.
They can only really do one move.
And the problem is, you don't have a choice about which way you're going out of range, though, to some extent.
Yeah, it just has to be that
whatever's the nearest
direction.
convenient, furthest away from the weapon, and that can be backwards sometimes. In fact, a lot of the time there it was.
Yeah, that was funny. So the next round will start in 30 seconds.
Alrighty, so we are going to see Smelly Mice now get their shot at attacking those goals and getting those rocks in.
So I was going to give a bit of a spiel to the viewers who don't know what's happening, but the game played out, now you know what's happening. So one team is trying to push rocks down the field and score points in the basket, just like basketball, but only one team has feet. So it's just a attack, deny.
Oh, looks like this is the catapult push map. This is the wrong map. Someone has summoned the wrong map.
Yeah.
Here's a reminder for a map that we won't see in the rest of the tournament. All of these games are done and dusted, but boy, were they fun.
This is actually my favorite one. Like, even just presented well, like the distances are just right to make it difficult enough. And it had the most like competitive nature, I think, when they had the team swap.
Yeah, you have the double team swap. You get 2 chances of doing each one. You get to see them sort of learn on the fly. Every team comes out on their first game and makes that mistake of like just instantly dying with the catapult because it takes too long to get off it. They didn't think about repairing it. They didn't know how slow it could turn. They get it stuck trying to go around the corner. All sorts of things. They just absolutely screw their first run. And then there's market improvement, or you see that in the intermission between them, or when they saw the other team swap over, they go, maybe I need a wooden mallet.
This horse cabal though is, in my opinion, it's probably the hardest one. It's pretty daunting, like so much field to use, and just to be molested the entire way. Getting a point in is like a big deal. Red team seemed to like change plan halfway out, unless they're just going for distance or something. I don't know. They're using the wall now. Distance roll, doing a pretty good job of messing up Scooby. Scooby's stuck there. He got rear-locked. And now Carherd rear-locked himself on the wall, but...
He's done. Oh, he hits his own horse.
Oh, he went for the bluff charge, but distance roll, having the range of motion with the naked kid, gives him a massive lunge range. Let's see if he can actually get that ball in. Good score.
We've seen, since that very first game when the 666 did it, we've seen almost every team want to try to do that. We saw some teams not do that, and it cost them trying to throw it in. We've seen all those throws fail. I'm really looking for where's the 10-point line shot. That's what I'm looking for. Someone. But they're just keen on that safe route to just like you see them line up like a. I don't know. They line up. They stop there. They get their measuring tape out. They ruler off all the distance and hit the drop key.
Hippo was really trying to bait them to kill him early so he could respawn close to the ball, but they knew what was going on.
Oh, look at that lovely headshot there with that stab.
Surprise!
That's a little bit of karma right there.
Yeah, that's why their fence is there, just to give a massive buff to the guys on ground. You got to be real careful in there. That was pretty close. And close again. Gets reared. He was able to get the chamber off and send it back into him. Scooby's on half health, but it doesn't stop him from being dangerous to Hippo.
Not dangerous enough.
Control does a good job of maintaining speed back up.
Trade in. And that is the win there. They'll play the game out. But that's the win. The only way that's not the win is if the smelly mice manage to pick up a couple of rule violations and lose a point.
Yeah. I just saw before, even though it doesn't really matter at this point, they're just going for bonus points. But when distance roll reared up the horse, Hippo's actually body blocking the front of the horse, so he couldn't even power out to give him distance roll more shots. It's actually quite a good strategy. I haven't seen that one before. It's like teamwork horse takedown.
Oh.
Gets neck cut there. Hippo's just doing circle work on against them. They don't know how to deal with it, so they try to do the minimum ellipse, as what I call it.
Well, it pays off.
Go out just out of range enough to stop people.
But these guys are both fast, and he's running straight down to that rock. He baits him. Yeah, look at that. That's another goal.
That's got to be... Oh, he missed it.
But he gets another shot.
Yeah, he went for the slam dunk.
Disney's trying to bait him into killing him as well. No dice. Oh, there's another rock here.
Ah, gets locked. Yeah, he's locked out. Good luck getting out of that one.
That is now 4 points. That is a dreadnought-sized lead at this point.
Yeah, if you get reared up twice, that's pretty much GG right there. Oh, you tried to go for a secret couch. It wasn't early enough though. It's judging the speed of the lightweight guy.
Uh-oh.
Just goes in for a free kill. Oh, he gets trapped. Again, Carhead's overextending into their base. Distance Roll's doing a great job of counter horse, by the way. makes it epically hard to verse players with that range control. Oof, misses. That could cost him, right?
They might get a 5th point. Honestly, at this point, those horse guys, their better weapon is their bunt here.
Really good by Carherd. He's adapted his style.
You reckon Distant will go for that rock? Oh, he might. He might actually. Do they know that rock's it?
Well, they should. I mean, they did that against them.
Did he throw it or drop it?
They dropped it. He picked
Oh,
it up
no.
and had the score.
Oh,
Boom.
no.
1 minute left on the clock. This has got to be the highest score we've seen in this game. Hippo, I think the way they set up their team, I thought Hippo was going to be the spearman, but they opted to change backwards, so I think it worked out. Oh 6
no,
points.
he kills his horse.
6 points. I mean, they should have just left him alive there at the point. If he killed them, they would spawn back at the ball again. But there's only 15 seconds left on the clock, so now they're just victory lapping.
Look, at the end of the day, it's not about the win. It's about the play. It's about getting some strats in, pulling off some moves. And sure, the team which pulled off more or understood what they were doing better might win. That might be what goes on the scoreboard. But how much fun do you have?
I just like seeing frontline skills that, very niche things that people do in frontline that get portrayed on a competition level. Like, it's just like a lost thing that you never see, because it's always the focus on melee combat is so heavy that all the people that do like archery and things like that just never get the limelight. That's what I really like about Circus Maximus. Just highlights so much extra things that are in the game that just get overlooked.
Yeah, 100%. Well, that's the goal. We got a decent chunk of community just in SPQR, and obviously we value all the elements of the game and try to teach them as best as we can and try to give, that highlight to them even internally. And when we host a big tournament like this, we get to bring that attitude, that idea to everybody. And look,
Like
people discover
even
things.
things just as small as like Carherd's funny ass evade style that he's got. Like that's obviously practiced, but gets no recognition until a game like this comes along, and then it's like, oh, look at him go. He's got some moves up his sleeve that nobody would ever notice until a game like this comes along.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. Yeah. We ought to, if SPQR has a tag, if we ever get like a motto or tagline, it's gonna be something cheesy like "There's so much more to Mordhau."
Practice everything.
Gotta catch them all, poke them all. Alrighty, that is your Hosketball game. This is the last Hosketball game in the tournament. What is up next is the question. Well, we'll turn to that in just a bit. I'm gonna go off and double check the brackets to see if they are up to date. The answer is not yet. We might come back to the brackets. Let's bring up the schedule. Where are we at on the schedule? Well, folks, it's one game down. Our next game is scheduled for right now. So we're on time. It is Melee Loser Bracket, round 4, game 2. Now, let's actually dive across to the loser bracket for the Melee so we can see who is in that game and where they've come from. So on your screen right now is the Melee Loser Bracket. It is Vatican Foreign Force versus Delete Mordhau. Now, do we want to grab any of those players for an interview? What do you reckon?
Yeah, I was just trying to sort that out.
Alrighty, so bear with us, everybody, but we will get you some content and some humour. I'm sure these guys would absolutely love to have a chat. If they, especially one team going out, one team staying.
GG, easy.
Hey, Hippo, how you doing?
Not too bad. Yeah, that was a little bit one-sided. I'm not gonna lie. They talked a pretty big game, but they've got some some work to do on their both counter cav and cav to ground.
I was a little bit worried for you when you guys got hunkered down near their spawn and they ran a rock that was left in the field all the way to the end. You guys didn't even notice. And I was like, oh, that could split you up because now that both players are at polar ends, you know, it could be turned into a, you know, bit of a one after the other sort of scoring method. But I know you seem to be like, we won't worry about that one and just stay focused.
Yeah, pretty much.
But the switch
also...
ends, that's where it really showed. Because a lot of teams got, like, you know,
kind of. Our strategy, actually, rather than doing that, because I thought that as well, but the problem with that is you've got one person unarmed, right? And they're always going to be fighting someone on a horse, and it's kind of hard for them to push forward and continuously dodge. Like,
yeah,
exactly what they were.
were.
Yeah, they were trying to do that with me, but I'm just sitting there doing horse, like, swings on the horse, so they couldn't even get through. But we thought about doing that, but our plan was actually kill one of the horsemen, so that we're only fighting one horse, and then the both of us run together. Because that way, the guy who had the spear on the ground, he was always able to ward him away from me. I was able to dodge if ever they got through his defense, but they never really did. And we pretty much just ran ball after ball and almost never got stopped because of that.
Yeah, stream we were actually talking about that a little bit, where you know, you've got exposure to like the Equites training thing at the Tiro level, where we're teaching a little bit of you know, horse v ground, which is like a completely different game than horse v horse. So it's not even close. But the counter horse play was also an element here, because you're quite good at that personally. So we didn't know what distance rolls was like. And we're like, oh, Hippo's probably going to be the counter horse guy, knowing the turn circles and stuff.
I was tempted to, but I was also lagging pretty hard. So
okay.
I figured the better job would be, rather than have an enemy like not even animate a swing for me and they just kill me and I'm kind of annoyed at that, and then Dis is left alone without a weapon, he's better off being counter horse. Because I have trained him as well in a few counter horse things as well, so we're not completely fresh to it.
Yeah, because I was wondering about that. I didn't know it was lag related, but so because distance roll is a bit of a, like, you know, a wild card when it comes to this sort of thing. So we never know where his strengths are. But yeah, he did like really, really good. He looked like out there, like he had a lot of practice pre-game or something, knowing the turn circles and the gamble timings and stuff like that, because he was getting him first shot pretty much every time.
Yeah,
like in a relock.
We did train. We haven't done a huge amount of training, only a couple hours or something. But it's like just kind of even the basics of learning when to and when not to.
Oh, they're huge. They're huge.
Yeah, it's massive. A lot of people kind of go into it, I guess, not knowing how to do that and thinking, oh yeah, frontline experience. I've killed plenty of horses in frontline, but horse players in frontline don't play like they do if you're in a 1v1, or in this case, like 2v2 with one team on the horse and one team on the ground.
Yeah, it swings the other way as well. Like if you don't spend a lot of time on frontline, a lot of people are just like, oh, horses are OP. And it's like, they're actually not. They're super vulnerable.
Yeah.
And distance roll is just exploiting that vulnerability like pretty perfectly the whole time.
I tell you what, he's definitely come a ways from even just like, obviously the first game you're both mounted, and then the Catapushy is mounted as well. And he's got that background in the melee comp there, and he's used a spear before. I've seen him use spears before, and obviously he's taken a liking to partisan of recent. But I think, yeah, he's quite impressive, and I think he's going to be the fact that you both have that ability to engage at that level, whereas some teams are kind of lacking a person that has has that. Some teams just have one guy who knows what they're doing and one guy who's brought along for the ride.
Yeah.
I think it's a huge advantage. I've just seen your body go down the bloody down the hoop for like the 10th time there. I reckon we should have given refs. You want to give Whitestone Company a point for getting Hippo's body down the hole? Alrighty, we're gonna get you out of here because we got some people FFAing. They're ready for their game.
No worries.
Oh, they're actually waiting on one player as well.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah. So no rush.
No rush.
But I did have something to say about that last game though, because when we were talking about Hippo and Disentrawl, their horse v ground element, it was quite evident that WSC's horse v ground game was a lot weaker than their ground v horse game, if you know what I mean. Like their evasion and that sort of thing was pretty good, and when they went on the horse trying to aim down, and you guys were able to just like toy them basically on the ground, that really showed. So it's, you know, the competitors still coming. If there's other games or it's horse v ground, you really got to practice the horse v ground element. It's a lot different than just doing horse v horse or things like that. It's a completely different game with a whole range of different skills there.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, congratulations on the win there.
That's right.
We'll see
We're
where this
gonna
goes.
take on Headrot next. After this melee game, I think it's cavalry straight back into it.
Yeah.
Do we know which game mode that is?
You've got a number of loser bracket. In fact, aren't all your games loser bracket at this point?
We're in all loser brackets. Haven't been eliminated from anything though, so
Well, fingers
not doing
crossed.
too bad.
Yeah, not too bad. But that means you're under all this pressure every game. Oh, I tell you what, Whitestone Company, I love them. I kind of wanted to
they
see
gave
them.
it
They
a
did.
pretty good go. Like, I'm actually surprised, but like they didn't, like, apart from this game, the whole thing, they've been pretty close a lot, and they've shown a lot more skill in areas that I wouldn't have expected.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Cahead with that bow was a gun.
Yeah, that's what I
And
mean. Like,
we wish them well. They're out of the tournament. That was their last division they were in. They're done, they're dusted, they get their weekends back. But we love them nonetheless.
they really highlighted themselves, I think, this comp.
I'll leave you guys to it.
Alrighty, Hippo, enjoy the rest of your day and your games.
Catch you later.
I think one game.
So what's the next cavalry event that's...
Alright, so we
later?
do have another cavalry game later today. Let's take another look back at that schedule and see what is going on. So, we do have the Cavalry L4G1. That's Cavalry Duels. This is, I'll actually go figure out, I'll find it for everybody where it is actually in the grand scheme of things. It's that game you see there, that next one to be completed, just one on its own there, and it determines who gets into the loser bracket final. In other words, one of those loser bracket final slots, as you can see there, they've actually come down from, they will come down from the winner bracket final. Now, it's off screen for you, but the winner bracket final for cavalry is going to be between the 6-6 Sheik, 6 Sheep Sick and the Vatican Expeditionary Force. Now, that's going to be pretty interesting because 6-6 Sheik's team, they're going to have, I expect, on horse, Pingu, and I think it's been Splinter that's been riding on horse for them. Hasn't it, Pingu and Splinter? I think it was.
Yes.
Pretty sure it was. I know Splinter was in archery. I know Pingu and Leo are in the melee game.
They might have been subbing back and forth with someone, I
who's
think.
their fourth player? Why am I blanking on their fourth player?
I'm blanking too.
Hold up, yeah, we're doing a
Thinking about it earlier, and I was like, oh yeah, they've been going
We're
pretty good.
doing them a disservice. Dallyfish, of course. Dallyfish with Splinter in archery, Pingu and Splinter on horse, Pingu and Leo in melee.
Yeah, so it is Splinter.
So Splinter, he's got good game intuition. Pingu, he's had horse training a long time ago, but he appears to have dived straight back into it without any sort of issues so far.
And their strategic approach is pretty strong on everything they do.
Yeah.
Like, they always do something that's just, like, very clear of why it's working. It's like, oh, they're doing that, or, you know, X or Y, in whatever game style they're doing.
But They will take on, in the winner bracket, which you can't see on your screen. I will just flick over to that, actually, just because we're talking about it. That purple highlighted game there later today. Oh, sorry, tomorrow. They're going to take on the Vatican Expeditionary Force. That's the final. Now, Vatican Expeditionary Force has
Yep.
If I'm
Big deal.
Spawner or I'm Pingu, I'm going, oh shit, I'm about to verse a dude with, I don't know, a couple thousand hours on horseback, I suspect.
Yeah, let's hope he's up to date because he took a bit of a break. So there's that. Pingu hasn't really had a break, but he had a break on horse though.
Yeah.
So, but being, you never know with these things. So he's current in the game, but not current on horse, except for this competition, which I'm sure he's been practicing. But did take a break from the game entirely. So that's his only little, chink in the armor there.
Yep. And he's playing with Bork, and I suspect Bork doesn't have the level of experience or proficiency on horse that maybe Splinter and Pingu both do. For whatever reason, obviously we know Pingu why. Splinter's figured out horse pretty decent. So the question is...
that's a big deal because, the matchup changes everything because Pingu and Splinter could easily get their timings right and because they mesh pretty well. So Bork and and there's a lot of inconsistencies. Sometimes it just good stuff happens, and a lot of times bad stuff happens, which is kind of fun. But there's a big difference in team dynamics when you put them together.
Yeah, and that one there's tomorrow, but that determines whoever loses that will get to still obviously play because they'll go down to the loser bracket final, which is on your screen now on the far right side. But we need to figure out the actual champion of the loser bracket who will get to face the loser of the winner bracket. So, we have a horse duels match. It's not the match you're about to see. It's in 1 match's time. The match you're about to see is just another melee skirmish. I say that to not diminish it, but to say that, I don't need to explain the rules for that, whereas duels is a little different. Because both the teams have to get their horsemen up, and they both have to play. Every player has to play a 1st to 6 against the players on the opposing side. So there'll be 4 duels, essentially.
So just for clarification, is it horse 1v1s or
That's
is it
correct.
2v2s?
It's horse 1v1s, it's horse duels 1v1.
Yeah, and then they switch, they rotate players, right?
Correct. So each player will get to play the opposing team's players, both of them, in a duel.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Seeing, because they're going to be exposed to every player, so... Yeah. Point accumulation is going to be a big deal.
So that is between Headrot and Smelly Mice. So Disenthrall and Hippo, no doubt on Smelly Mice. Headrot, we've seen them play Broseph and Ops previously. I suspect they'll do the same again. Duels wise, though, they have to not just win on... So it's not about how many duels you totally won, how many... if I made it to 6 and he made it to 6... That's not 2 points. Each kill's a point. Your team accumulates the kills that its members score.
Yeah, I think Pingu's side definitely has a
Pingu's not doing the
advantage.
duels.
Oh,
So
he's
this
not.
is Headrot and Smelly Mice. Yep. They're the winner bracket, and this determines who gets to face the loser
Yeah.
of Pingu and Splinter versus what I assume to be Yare and Bork. So this duels game will determine who faces the loser from that winner bracket one.
Ah, okay, so they might not even get there.
Yeah, exactly. So this here, as you see on your screen, that next game to be decided after the orange markers for wins stop is Headrot and Smelly Mice, and that is duels, and that's later today. But you have to win by more than 3 points. Your team can't just, if it's what could it be? 6. It can't be it can't be 10 to 12. It has to be 9 to 12 or 8 to 12, or you play another round of duels.
And then the decider is 2v2, right?
Well, theoretically they can't. No, theoretically they can't draw because they keep playing rounds of duels until one team is 4 points ahead.
Could be a while.
Well, it could be one of those tennis games that goes till 4 a.m. But that's how it is. And later today we have that melee game as well, that melee final. That does not begin with a kendo. It begins with a dual robin, which is very similar to that cavalry duels mode we just explained.
So, just a small update. Might not be official yet. There is some players not attending on time, so they may try to shuffle the cavalry game first because those players are ready, but we don't know yet. We're just going to give it a couple of minutes and then we'll decide which game mode we're going to do next.
Well, there we are. We've been prepared for the cavalry. Shall we see it on our screens? No preparation required for the melee. We know how that works. We are all good to rock and roll with whatever happens from here on in. While we are talking here, I might just bring up those the official rules for the cavalry game mode, the duels game mode there, just to double check that I've explained that all correctly to everyone. I have not lied. Bear with me. Cavalry duels. Where are you? Skirmish game mode, 6 points to win with player instruction. Maximum of 1 player per team fielded at once, played across the whole circus. Each member of both teams must duel each member of the opposing team on horseback. The total number of points won by members of each team is recorded. The team which wins the greater number of... Oh, sorry. In the event of a draw, the cavalry decider is invoked. I have misled you all. Flatty, you were correct.
Always right.
I'm thinking of the duels. The dual robin is what I was thinking of. I know that one can go on and on and on forever to decide the weapon ban. This one here, this is instanced. You get one chance at it. If you both manage to, if both your teammates win one and lose one, you're essentially on the same number of points as the enemy team. Possibly, highly unlikely though, because you've both got to lose and win. Every player has to lose and win the same number of points across the two teams for that to work, and that's highly unlikely. Someone will just win one less or something. But if there is a draw, and it's the only shot at this game, so highly unlikely. But if there's a draw, yes, cavalry decider.
One thing though is that if they got good enough coaches either side for the players that don't main horses, there is the aspect where horse v horse has much lower skill ceiling than horse v ground. So potentially, if someone just trained enough just in these weeks, between comps, you could get pretty good in that week, like as long as you put the effort in.
Yeah, 100%. This is
it is practicing the visual ranges and stuff like that, and understanding the mechanics a little bit in the gears. That's not that super arduous to learn.
No, and I mean we've already seen that. We've seen some teams try to put in that little bit of effort. We know that on horseback, those first 2 to 4 hours are just so crucial. Just when you actually focus and learn those 3 or 4 moves you can. It's just huge because you're obviously going to learn the ones with the biggest impact, and boy, do they have impact. And having this spread out like that, it gives you the chance to know, oh shit, after that first weekend when no one had been eliminated because we had no eliminations the first weekend, they all got a week to go, hey, how much time do I want to invest in this? Do I want to do anything? Am I just here for fun? Or do I want to win this damn thing? And am I going to spend 2 hours and get good?
Well, just so you know, we are going forward to the cavalry game first. The melee game got pushed, and they're all ready to go. So if we want to get over to that.
All right, let's get the camera in there. You heard it here first. We are moving over. We are not going to do that melee game we were expecting. We are going to do that cavalry duels game we just had a little bit of a chat about. It is Skillhook, Headrot, and the Smelly Mice, who just played, did they not?
Yeah. So I didn't know who was in Headrot off the top of my head, but it's Ops's group, which Ops is he's no small player on a horse. So this is probably a big deal for Hippo because they're both, really good. Ops could easily knock off the other team by himself. So if they're not on their A game, I mean, Hippo and Distance Roll just played a game, so they are fresh, which gives them a pretty good advantage. We'll see if Ops just rolled out of bed or not. It's another big deal. He likes to sleep in, so.
I mean, I saw him down in the voice.
Game this one.
I saw him down in the voice call already before we began at 12. So I suspect Ops is not out of bed. Yes, I think he's ready to roll. Hopefully, he was doing a little bit of riding on a horse.
Here's the thing: his teammate Broseph, on horse, he's pretty good too. Just like distance rolls, like estimations and stuff like that. Just people's game knowledge where they just sort of pick things up really easily. So this is like a really tight game in my eyes. And even if Skillhook gets through, Headrot gets through, That's still another challenge for Ye as well afterwards. Like both sides, it doesn't matter who wins here. Like both teams are tanky teams.
Agree.
So whoever wins this could really like leap forwards in the rankings, depending on this game here. I'm being summoned because they want me to explain the rules to the competitors for a moment. So if you can just take the helm a bit.
Absolutely. So Flacking, of course, was on the rules committee, and his experience and expertise is assuredly in horse combat. So I think the refs may just need some clarification, or just one of the points of the rules may need an extra layer of interpretation there. Now, as I know it, which is, I believe, the same thing as Flatty knows it, it is each player of the team, of each team versus the opposing players once in a first to 6. And the teams accumulate points from that from each kill. So if Hippo kills Ops 6 times and Ops only kills him 4, and that's when their duel ends because someone got the 6, Hippo's team gets 4 points and Ops' team gets 6. And then, of course, Ops will have to verse the other member of Hippo's team, Dizenthal. Maybe Ops will win that as well. Maybe he'll win it 6-2. In which case, his team is now on 6 plus 6, which is 12. Whereas Hippo and Disenthal's team is now on 4 plus 2, which is 6. But of course, then, there's still 2 more duels to go. So each team essentially gets 4 opportunities to score kills and thus points from the other team. At the end of that, if both teams are on equal number of points, which, as we said, is kinda unlikely, but if they are, there'll be a cavalry decider. Now, of course, we got Ops here in his Equites crest. Look at that crest on him. Look at that beautiful thing. Broseph taking down his teammate. I think they're just doing some casual FFA at the moment. Maybe it's worth going over what the prizes are for the entire tournament. Let's take a look, shall we? Let's have another chat. We haven't had a chat about that for a while. What are the prizes? Well, each division, so cavalry, archery, and melee, they have a first place prize of $200 to the team. They have a second place prize of $120 to the team. In addition, there is overall placement. There's a score which we will release, a formula which we will release, which will show you how the overall placements are determined. But it will be pretty obvious, obviously, if you score first place in 2 things, you're obviously going to win first place overall. The maths will support that, and reasoning, just in speak, we would support that. So, but you will get an understanding of exactly how it's been calculated. Don't worry. We're not going to fuddle you with maths and magically award first, second, and third overalls. So, first place overall, though, is $240. Second place overall is $120, and third place overall is $80. In addition to that, there are some special prizes. It's $40 if your team had the best team uniform. $40 if your team has the best name, quote unquote. $60 each division for the best play. And we have been keeping track of some pretty extraordinary players there. We know we've got a big log of replays we can go through as well if we want to find more. And obviously the tournament staff will talk about that sort of stuff in the background, and we will come to decisions. There's a chance that some of these special prizes, they might be boosted up a little bit. So maybe those numbers are a little soft. Maybe those prizes will get a little bigger.
Okay. Hopefully I explained it to him with some understanding. They thought it was completely different. So yeah, they're going on. They've picked their players now. Who's repping the first round? Yeah, first to 6. They switch players around until every player's versed every player. Accumulate all the points, and whoever
The team with the
lead-
most points. Yep.
Yep, team with the most points wins. So
Let's
so
get
first
the
up,
scoreboard
they've
up.
gone. Looks like Hippo versus Corrosive.
And this is the pre-round.
Hello. No.
There it is. Although red team have 2 players in. Blue team have 2 players in as well. I guess...
Are they just going to send out one?
Well, that's going to be a problem because the round won't end if they do that. So, but that's okay because the refs do have control to force an end. But I think we just seen a reset there. Okay, the refs have paused. They may be trying to get 1 player off each side, yeah, because I don't want to have to control the scores manually. Easy enough.
Oh, it's Hippo and Ops. I guess they readjusted. Now they've called live. Okay. Well, the 2 higher tier players straight up. Ops is baiting Hippo. He's going to try condition him to an RTA potentially.
Agree.
Hippo is not falling for it. He's... ooh. They went for the direction match. Like, again, they're matching directions, which is really dangerous for both players. But they are scuffing it a lot. They go for the clash. They both had identical wind-up. So their distance measuring is on point already. And Ops gets the outside corner, makes Hippo's drag last longer, which means Ops gets the excel in that drag.
I tell you right, Ops. It's a little bit of ducky turn moment into that.
Yeah, it can be baited to let the drag last longer, so it depends if it's intentional or not. There's, in the really like high level horse, sometimes you do mistakes on purpose to make a player think you've made the mistake. So, okay, reverse plays chipping the horse. It does very superficial damage on the side swing when he did it in canter, so it's not a big deal. Hippo's still worth, worth 100. He gets the gamble in pre-Ops. Ops does do what we call the Ops gamble, is, we named it after him because he does this late wind-up. And it makes you go, oh, I'm going to pull the brakes and scuff his shot, but he comes in a little bit later and it just is enough to get the player. It looked like he just tried it then, but Hippo went for the charge, which is like the early release.
Oh,
He just did
does
it then.
the opposite.
Yeah, he just counted it back, so... You see, like, watch Hippo's horse movement. See the head comes up, he stopped a bit, and that late drag comes through. So that's the Ops gamble right there. He thought he was going to scuff his charge up, and it didn't work out. So there's a textbook moment there. And they're finding some angles. Both of them traveling different directions. Like one counterclockwise, one clockwise. Ops gets the inside. Just gonna watch the replay of that. Ducky did a micro bluff charge.
Ops, you
mean? Yeah, sorry. Ops did a micro bluff charge by doing a Ducky turn. Yeah. So.
Oh, push straight through. No fear from Hippo.
Hippo exposed his broadside. He Ducky turned there and... Yeah. Good job. Taking advantage of a failure is really crucial.
And you don't get much time to do it either. Otherwise you're suddenly 20 foot away again.
You're watching a low skill game when players make mistakes and nobody capitalizes, but when you see the capitalizing of it, you see that they know what's up.
No way!
So they're doing the voice emotes, taunting each other, because Ops is clearly trying to condition Hippo.
Oh, hello.
It tries to go for the backstab. Hippo somehow didn't capitalize on that one because, like, he went for it, but he missed the target.
Yeah, he missed the stab because Ops pulled the brakes.
Yeah, it was like a weird, like usually you'd pull brakes on the right side, but he did it on the left side. The Ops loses that because he got dismounted.
We're actually going to see, I think, a lot more of that now. I think that dismount there, and the reminder that that dismount is a point lost, I think that's going to really waken everyone up to, hang on a second, I just got to catch the bloody horse.
Yeah, which means you got to protect your horse. It's easier said than done. I would say it's still like
We're making a whirlpool.
easier. Yeah, there's a really tight circle. It's not usually that tight, but Hippo was matching tracks, so he couldn't get baited into the corner cut there. So there's a big deal. Like when you do a turn like that, see that one cuts the corner and it exposes a shot, which Ops just went for. Hippo evaded it. Again, he's trying to bait him into the inside corner. So you have to decide, do I want to follow the tracks of the lead player? Do I want to cut the corner?
Agreed.
Or do I want to evade a shot and A-key out of it?
Oh, Ops was
just
millimeters
A-key,
away
see?
from that horse, yeah. Oh no! The morph!
That's it.
The break and the morph.
Thanks. Aye.
He spent a long time.
Got to defend
He
this
probably was going
position.
through a bunch of other things in his mind he could have done. We saw him reel off a bit of like a laundry list there as he's turning and trying the pursuit, then he's trying the head on, then he's trying the Ops gamble, then he's trying the early one, and then he gets the next item in his list is probably, alright, I'll just break as he rides in.
Yeah, micro feints often get people messed up because you're always trying to read the horse and where it's going, and when you see the big swing, it's like, oh, that's my read. But if they've messed with the animation somehow, like a micro morph, it's actually puts you out by a few centimeters off and gets you the win.
I'd say Ops has to remember his couch here. He could probably put it to very strong use.
Yeah, this is pretty fairly matched. This.
Oh, hello. Well, hello.
There's a reason why both players were restricted.
Sorry, the wrong score there. I've just updated it. It's 4-4.
Yeah. Everyone was like, Hippo's restricted? It's like, yeah, he's a beast on horse. Just secretly. He's wearing 333 armor as well. Oh, and he lets it work for him. The leg shot Ops did, they had a horse slow down, took a leg shot, which the legs don't have any momentum damage from the rider that receives it. It's only momentum damage from the rider.
No. Hippo has now taken the lead and is 1 point away from stopping Ops getting any more points in this particular duel.
Whew. So, match point,
And they
really.
say chivalry's dead.
Well,
Yeah, well, not really a
round
match though.
point. I
Round
mean,
point?
Yeah, round point. Alright, Ops, gonna play the careful game. That's why he's letting Hippo get into pursuit position, tries to get him for an RTA. Hippo pulled the brakes and slapped his horse away. And Ops evens the score. It's anybody's game now. And just remember their teammates have to be involved in this afterwards, which is going to change things a little bit.
Well, I assume we might start with a Broseph
Well,
Broseph
for
distance throw game.
expediency's sake, they might just keep the winner on to face that guy just to get that round out of the way. Don't know how the refs have organised the things.
Yeah. Oopsie.
Oof. Ops' horse takes some superficial damage. The
Oh no.
multiplier evens out when you're both in parallel, right in the same direction. Oh, Hippo takes the point.
That looked like it was but milliseconds off. That could have been a clash. So, as you see on your screen, that is 6 points to the Smelly Mice. But those points continue for the next duel. We're about to see who the next duel is between.
So is that considered a 1 point, or is that
That's 6
considered...
points. 6 points
so
to
you
the smelly mice and
accumulate all
5 points to head rot. Yes.
Okay. So it does matter on your lead in those rounds then.
Yep, 100%. Every kill's a kill.
That doesn't leave much room for stuffing around, eh?
No. It's not just important whether you win or lose these, it's how much you win or lose by. Every margin is essentially what gets added. We have now Broseph and Hippo. Hippo has decided to remain around. That is potentially dangerous, I suppose, because it leaves Disenthal to do his 2 games in a row. And it also means that Hippo can't, summon a try-hard moment in the very last game if they're going to be behind 1 point and just need to get 1 point or whatever. He won't be there to do that. Because a lot of this is deciding the cost-benefit of the dive, the risk versus could I get the point of it, how much time do I want to spend on it, how much fatigue am I going to get from just trying and trying and trying and trying. There's all that factoring into it. Broseph looking like he had a late stab there, but got the clash.
My game crashed, so I'll be in a second. Broseph is going to find this quite challenging because he's got the least experience in this out of the 2 teams.
And we do see that everyone is favouring those caparisoned horses, those cloth horses.
Yeah, of course. If you take the big hits, like the full frontals, they'll last 2 hits, just like the armoured horse. They're the same in that regard. But they're slightly favoured towards the naked horse's speed, so...
Why is this a 1v1? This is because if we had have had a more expanded bracket, we would have had a full round of 1v1s that whoever was in played. Instead, we had this one-off game, because of the structure of the tournament and how many players are in, there's this one-off game that sort of determines who goes into the final loser bracket final, and we still wanted to see some duels. So this is really going to toughen up some of those people as they head into their loser bracket final to get that one shot at playing in the grand final. We've seen Broseph there just take that point. He's brought it back up.
Sorry, I got a late replay. I'm back in now.
It was 5-6 and it is now 1-2, so the scores are correct there. Edward are down by 2 points. You can see Broseph just sort of fleeing forever and he's hoping to maybe...
The secret couch gets the ball. That was pretty unexpected, actually.
I think Broseph doesn't have a tool. He doesn't have a thing he's going to go, okay, I'm doing this next. He's fleeing and just trying to eyeball, hey, that looks like something I could do.
Yeah, it looks like he's had some lessons because he's lasting, and usually the people with that lesson have like a really early big engagement and it just gets counted immediately. But he is using angles, which I'm noticing. Yeah, there's the big move gets counted. The timing controls just trying to, turn it into a drag where it was supposed to be a, early release. Changes a lot just with a small turn and a small, gear change to canter.
Hippo's trying to bait him into pursuit now. You can see Hippo looking over his right shoulder.
Well, he's got him in parallel there, which is probably better for Hippo because he understands the timings a bit better. So it's being in parallel is quite a risky game, but it can make someone make a mistake pretty easily, which you can usually exploit if the other player is not as strong as you.
Oh!
Hippo ducky turned into it. Like, big mistake. That's why we call it a ducky turn, because it was a problem we were having in someone's training, and they kept doing this move over and over and over and losing to it. So we named it after him. He eventually squashed it, but the name remains forever, tarnishing the mistake there. Oh, again, it was a similar thing. Broseph actually did the ducky turn on that one, but he excelled it out by straightening it up and got the inside of the wind-up of Hippo, which Hippo probably didn't notice because he's looking at his turn. And what happens is if you're on the inside of the turn, you've got less surface area when the strike happens, when you're looking at the draw traces, and it limits your exposure to damage. Where if you're on the inside of a circle, you increase the surface area, so meaning a drag has more time to connect. So you kind of don't usually want to be on the inside of a turning circle when both horses are turning together.
I think Broseph may have tried to think he was going for a joust whip there.
Yeah, that's
off a turn though.
Way too fast. I went for the micromorph.
Yeah, straight in the face of a couch.
Yeah, micromorph and no speed controls. You might as well just stab, you know? You got to use your speed controls in everything you do.
We're going to trade here because Hippo's taking health damage, whereas Broseph's horse is taking damage.
Yeah. Either one's a big deal.
I'm surprised we're not seeing a bandage come out from Hippo here, given he's one hit to anything at this point.
I can't really tell how much horse damage he took. There's like big gaps between the gears. It looks like he might have taken the 67, which means his horse is a one-hit kill. But if it's not one-hit kill, it makes him as good as strong. So, oh, Hippo again, ducky turns. Broseph comes up on the inside, increasing his surface area of the strike and gets the kill. It's really hard to know if you make those mistakes or not until it happens, and then you're like, oh, obviously.
We can see Hippo a bit more cautious here. I just saw him feign to pay out of his attack where earlier he would have committed.
Oh! Hippo successfully hit Broseph's horse as.
Do you see him get T-boned? Do you see him get T-boned? Because his horse stopped, so he couldn't push the drag through, couldn't push the stab all the way through to Broseph, whereas Broseph was already aiming at him.
Yeah, but what happened was Broseph actually did a ops gamble, but maybe by accident. It might have actually helped him, because that was like millimeters off. It might have actually helped him that Hippo slowed his horse down, making the later drag. So distance, like when to wind up, matters a lot. And you got to remember that every time you touch their horse, it has a minor slowdown.
Broseph here seeming in real time to discover the potential that feints carry. Every time he sees Hippo looking for a dive, he wards him off with a feint.
Yeah, which is, you know, that's quite strong. That's big brain. Because usually you would do a full swing just to guarantee it. Because they can be like, nah, he's going to feint, so I can sort of gamble through it. But if you do a full swing, it can, we call it a broomstick. It's basically brooming him back, like keep back. Oh, that was not good. Like Broseph, he almost died to that. That was so super close to his knee. That would have been a kill shot.
I saw Broseph looking at the shadows of the horses to figure out if he was going to get out of that couch or not.
Yeah, I don't have my shadows on. Next level play. He stops the throw because that would have killed his horse. His horse has taken one 67 damage hit and one I think it was a 22 damage hit. They're usually the common numbers that you get. All he had to do was poke the outside edge of his horse and get that win. Broseph did really, really good, surprisingly. Like,
Well, another 5-6. That's not
those
too bad.
Those points stayed up because he basically matched the round because they were up 1 point. Oh, yeah, sorry, I was reading the wrong scoreboard.
So
well, he lost 1 point.
Yeah. So they're now 10-12 in favour of Smelly Mice. But we got 2 more duels to see. We've got Broseph and Disenthrall, and Ops and Disenthrall. The question is, will Broseph remain on and play Disenthrall? No, Ops is going to go in first. It looks like Ops is going to go in first. So that's leaving it all on Broseph's shoulders.
Oof. Oh, and this is so. Ops doing a real good job of toying him in with the. He didn't. Was that live?
No, it was not.
Oh, okay.
We are about to be live now, though.
Okay, that's why he was toying. Okay, now it's live.
Well, hello.
Ooh, straight away, Ops gets outsmarted by Disenthrall. Now he knows that, yes, he is a threat. There's no toying it here. You can't underestimate your opponent. The skill ceiling is, it's not super high in the horse v horse version. If both players perfectly understand range, these fights go for ages.
And Ops playing even more cautiously this time.
Yeah, Ops is allowing that spear to get so close to his horse. It's crazy because he does have a high ping. That's high risk. That just shows he knows his connection. Oh, very good. Outsmarts him. Gets a superficial hit. Still might take 2 shots. It depends. He does have 3/3 armor and he did a low speed, so there's no multiplier in that.
Lovely.
And he didn't dismount. Distance roll lasting a long time there. I mean, he's a high level player, so his range is pretty good. He just doesn't know the geometry and stuff that Ops is putting on him. Takes a lot of time to figure that out. Oh. Tried to extend his surface area while his wind-up was active.
We're seeing Disenthrall willingly follow him here. I wonder if Ops wouldn't be better off just with the halberd and brake checking and then overheading.
Oh, he wound up at the wrong time. Disenthrall secretly put down a couch, which Ops didn't see because he straightened up.
Disenthrall's looking
for
for
a backstab and nearly died to it. So Disenthrall nearly just owned him on that one. His horse is smoked though, so all he has to do is get a minor hit on Ops' horse and he's won this. Ops goes for the Ops gamble and just clears things up so he doesn't have to worry about it. Hope you don't get confused with the term Ops gamble and Ops being in the game at the same time. But it's even worse when I have to say Ducky turn when Ducky's in the game. It's like Ducky's turning. Ops looked like he was a handoff mouse for a second there.
Disenthrall just happy to pursue here. He's got to be very careful about this. Hippo's surely telling him not to.
Well, pursue. You want, technically the guy behind has more power. But you have to be really quick on your gears.
Also, might I just point out, that was probably a wonderful example of why not to Ducky turn just there. Ops' death.
Yeah.
Turns straight into the pursuer. Okay.
We must hold them here.
Okay, now going into a clockwise rotation. Straight away, baits him into a Ducky turn, increases his drag surface area and takes the kill.
So the scores have now drawn level. It is 13-13. Of course, Ops is ahead 3-1 in here, but the points for the teams 13-13. This is the second last duel they have.
Yeah, so when you have double wind up and both collide and like one person wins, there's always something the loser of that engagement could have done, like delay time or increase time, depending on how close those hits are together.
You see Ops just hanging at... He's just hanging at that gallop down. He's doing those like big circles there, that wide gallop circle. I think he's trying to bait Dis into staying in the gallop so he can cut the corner at a canter.
Yeah, he's trying to goad him into the big corner cut. He does... Distance roll is not scared of doing a secret.
Well, there, that's what Ops has been looking for. He's been keeping that that gallop open so we can do that. And he wants to do it again.
Ops has never been one to just do the backswing way. He's usually doing the RTA, like turn around and just fight. He's quite good at it. But because distance roll is not afraid of just gambling with the couch, it is quite risky if he doesn't see it.
Oh, that horse head turn, if anyone saw that. Ops getting his horse just out of danger. Holy crap.
Yeah, it's a big part of training, actually. Is practicing turning the horse's head. Like body manip with a horse, basically. Like that. Just did it again. Oh, he missed his instructor. I thought he would have got that. He didn't drive it home.
Oh, beautiful.
Doesn't matter. Pins him up against the wall, so he had no turn cap. Pushes into it.
We must hold them here.
Yeah, had he gone towards him, his death, had he gone away from his death, he had him pinned up against there at low speed.
Now this is a solid lead for Ops. He wants to maintain this 4-1. He's got to get another kill because 5-1, that's going to buy Broser for margin of error against Distanthrol.
Yeah, this is a big deal. Because Broser and Hippo is pretty close.
Well, it's Broseph and Distanthrol that'll be playing.
Yeah, but the round before, where the good player and the non-restricted player coming in, obviously bad player.
It's definitely a less experienced player.
Yeah, less experienced. They are doing pretty damn good, like, really. I'm quite surprised. I had low expectations, but they are doing real good, especially Broseph. But because Ops is able to get a larger lead than Hippo got on Broseph, there was a fat finger. Doesn't affect the game, that one.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. Because Hippo didn't get the larger lead that Ops has, this is like probably game-changing that. Oh, Ops nearly died to that one. The clash saved him. He had the wrong side of the wind-up.
Oh, did you see the direction Ops turned there to get around that? He knew Distanthrol was pulling left to try and get his horse out of the way, so Distanthrol couldn't actually stab far enough to the right to stab Ops.
Yeah. It's the same thing, like when you decrease the surface area, it minimizes your odds of getting hit and also messes with people's ability to drag. That means they have to drag perfectly, and if you got a perfect wind-up, they're not going to match up.
Yeah, their drag will delay the hit, so they just won't hit you, or they won't even be able to aim at you. And there's that factor there, like, Distanthrol could not have turned his camera any further to the right. If he had turned his horse to the right, he would have put his horse in danger, and he's trying to get his horse out of it, and it just meant that he couldn't even stab Ops at all. So, lovely pull up there by Ops.
Yeah, this is why the person behind has the larger power, because he can always just press A when going in a clockwise rotation like this, and defend himself. So if the person behind is really good at it, yeah, you really have to commit to a forward-facing hit, which is basically what Distanthrol did. Ops screwed up his wind-up there big time, and he failed to evade, but he couldn't have evaded anyway.
We're still at 5-2. Ops can win another and keep his team 2 points ahead, and that might be the points they need for Broseph against Distanthrol. We may actually see a draw here. Ops
I would expect a draw. These players are all right on that plane.
If Distanthrol gets a point here, this could spell very big trouble for Headrot. Ops needs to end this, and he needs to end it now.
Oh, he goes for the gamble. Distanthrol punishes his horse though. But he is in the Ops is in the pursuit position, which is favourable to him, as long as he doesn't misread the guy in front. He tries to change it up, baits him into a ducky turn, but distance roll
It's too far
read it
away.
and feed out of there. Had he committed to the hard turn, he would have RTA'd him.
He likes those left couches there.
Yeah, he is stopping it early, so distance roll can't read the timing. Oh, that was pretty pretty close. That would have downed his horse. Oh, I thought that was it. Okay, they are sort of wind-up matching and trying to get the lead on who's got the best wind-up.
Ops is getting closer millimetre by millimetre each time he breaks like that.
Oh, he goes for
Oh my
big move.
god.
Distance roll perfectly executes the flinch because the strikes and the stabs outrange the couch.
Oh no! They're both in the exact same position.
Okay, this is going to be a big one. They're going to collide.
That's
Ops,
it!
gamble.
Baiting him into that turn there, and Dissenthal pulled up underneath. I don't know if he hit that post there, or if he pulled up right next to it. But you saw Ops come to a halt and just stare at him. The stab ends midway through in front of him, and he just glides straight through.
Gets him with his signature move. I think he might have been conditioning him that whole time because they were measuring each other's wind-ups. And right at the end, he let distance roll have the early wind-up. He thought he had it.
So now we have Broseph and Distance Roll. The showdown of the two teams' apprentices, if you will.
So Broseph did do pretty well against Hippo. However, Hippo might have enabled it because of his... Oh, they are waiting for the round to...
Yep, this is just a pre-round, guys. Never fear. Alright, here we go.
Okay, let's see what happens. Because the matchups matter. Some people are really gambly and it's quite risky, and some people are really like they just give you pursuit all the time, which means they need to know their horse. Looks like they're on an equal footing here. Neither of them are really taking a big initiative. They're both trading pursuit positions back and forth.
I think Dissenthal has a larger number of things he's thinking of doing here, though.
Yeah. That was a huge stuff up by Broseph there.
Well, we saw Broseph already get pursuited, and then he turned into that. If Dissenthal is only going to be playing like that, and he's never going to actually do any chancy stuff, he's just going to look for the dive and then prosecute the failure, Dissenthal is going to win.
Those scores accurate, aren't they?
They are, that's correct, yes.
Wow. The Mexican standoff. Nobody wants to take the tight routes. They want to face each other in the open. They're probably not experienced enough to use the tighter areas. Because turn caps matter in there. Knowing your gears. Well, Broseph is exposing more than he should with the way he's turning. I think Distenthrall's got a sharper understanding of the surface area I keep talking about.
And I think Dissenthal knows that now as well.
Yeah. So do you think that lead that...
Broseph should have gone for the horse there.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that coming. Like, Broseph's movements are very exposing of his position every time. He's not doing anything decisive, like he's not going, okay, I'm doing pursuit front or pursuit back. I'm not matching headings or anything like that. He's just guessing, and I can see it's pretty easy to see. The distance roll is trying to get in pursuit all the time. At this time, Broseph takes pursuit, which is a slight adjustment. He does know how to A key out of there on the clockwise rotation, but doesn't know the counterclockwise rotation. It is different when you go clockwise versus counterclockwise, because how far you can reach to the right or left with a spear, both of them have a different sideways reach and range as well. I thought he was going to hit the rail there.
Oh!
Swats him away with a broomstick. Distance roll rides right into it. Oh, that was a perfect opportunity for Broseph to win that one. He aimed for player instead of horse though.
Disenthal is beginning to take this away, I think. It is 0-3. Broseph would have to win all the points and only lose 2. More, please. If Broseph wins this 6-5, they'll win by 1. Broseph's actually got to get to 6 at this point. Now the Distenthal's on 3.
Again, distance roll's read is really good. You just RTA'd straight through that. Broseph didn't have the acceleration to pull away from it. If you knock your gears down too much, you lose everything. If you're going to be that slow, you really do have to be on the inside of their turn circle or behind. Goes for a micro more backstab. Oh, distance roll.
Had the timing, but not the angles.
That was actually quite high level, that. Not gonna lie. Decreased surface area, increased surface area. It's just that Broseph evaded the second part of it, which is good on both players, really. And Broseph goes down again. Distance roll aiming player didn't even try to go for the horse. He knew he had that range. It was right at the extension of it as well. It can be quite misleading too, because it's just like lunge mechanic, for example. It always like phantomly hits you as things coming towards you because connection difference in the game, and it can appear like it hits you out of range, but it actually isn't. Just because of the fast pace of the horse. Broseph in a good position here though. All he has to do is read his wind-ups properly. He reads distance roll's wind-ups, because distance roll is willing to engage.
That is game.
Wow. I mean, there was quite a considerable lead in that.
And if you check the scores down the bottom left, you can see Headrot have been eliminated from Cavalry. The Smelly Mice will be making their way to the loser bracket final for Cavalry.
That's crazy. Ops been in Equites, but he's came down to the teammates.
Yeah, absolutely, it did.
So that's why we have the short lists with everything. It doesn't mean that like the most meta person always wins every tournament. A lot more comes into these.
Yeah, there was an absolute superiority there displayed by Disentor, because he's just executing things purposefully. And as that went on, I'm sure there was way more stress on Broseph there, who doesn't know what they are, doesn't know what they're doing. He's only just here because he got a right horse, because someone's got a right horse.
I mean, he did surprisingly good against Hippo though. I don't know why. Like Hippo must have been playing in a particular style that just worked for him. But I'd say Hippo would have been practicing with distance roll, and whatever happened in those practices obviously made him considerably better. He's really good at reading ranges. I mean, he should do because he's been playing this game for like forever, just not on horse though. But trying to adapt those range reads with the acceleration and the gear changes and stuff, that's a big deal. Like he was doing these little mini bluffs and stuff, and he seems to understand the turn circle. He wasn't just W keying the whole time, like in top gear gallop everywhere, because that's super easy to read. But it's nice to see the progression of all these players that don't do things like this that often.
Yeah. Well,
And
we
they're
might
picking
wanna,
up all the little nuanced stuff that changes everything.
might see if you can get Disenthal in here.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Alright, give us a moment, folks. We're going to see if Disenthal's willing to come up for a chat. But you saw those scores there, and I'm going to double check if they are in the bracket yet. Bear with us. They are indeed. Let's take a look at that Cavalry loser bracket just for a second. There they are. 20-16. Doesn't sound too decisive, but we saw that last fight there, that pure difference on display.
Let's go.
We got Hippo and Diz.
Hello again.
Hello.
How you both doing after that? You pulling your hairs out, or were you like, we got this?
I was pulling his
Was
So, how'd you prepare for this one?
out. We played horsebasketball.
That's it. You didn't train like during the week.
No, didn't have time during the week.
nah.
unfortunately.
I've got people coming over, so I gotta leave after this.
Because you seem to have some distance knowledge on the gears and stuff. Just like, where's that coming from?
Hippo taught me everything. He's a legend. He taught me how to play. He introduced me to horse, and he taught me how to play it. And without him, I would not have been able to succeed Broser.
Yeah, because that really confronted Bro. So he was like, what the heck?
Yeah.
Like, he made a lot of mistakes, which you were there to capitalize, which is the important thing. Because a lot of times, people that don't play horse that much make a lot of mistakes on both sides. It's just, will someone capitalize on it with the correct action, or do they just both miss each other because they're both bad? But yeah, you were always there to catch him every time he made a mistake. And his mistakes were pretty bold and clear. And yeah, you're just like, okay, that's a mistake.
Coming from you, that must seem like, yeah, you know what you're talking about. I wasn't spotting these mistakes. I don't know what you're talking about.
Just where the range is in your favor, your wind-up's in favor, that sort of thing. Where you just like, you know, when you drive it, and you literally go into the range and risk yourself. Yeah, seeing when it wasn't a threat to you, where you could go in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hippo helped a lot with that stuff.
Man, I was surprised that Broseph held his numbers against Hippo though.
I was too. I was not bringing my A game in that round at all.
Yeah, so what was your approach against him on that one? I can't actually remember the strategy style that you went for.
It was primarily see who lags more. Because I was pinging as well. Like there was one point where I saw him and he was running away from me, and then he instantly zapped into a 90-degree turn and killed me. And I was like, what? So it's.
I mean,
yeah,
it was have a factor, but like, yeah.
It was pretty surprising actually. I was sure that Ops was giving him, like, he was feeding him what to do.
That looked
because
like that to me.
Every time I tried to get him to pursue me, he broke off. He did not want to chase me at all because he knows that I would just either RTA him or I would, broomstick his horse to death.
Yeah.
So I had to try and chase him down, and he had a lot of really good, well-timed stabs. Sorry.
Yeah, I was expecting that too, because I mean he's a really great player, and like on foot and in the other aspects of the game. So knowing the timings and the mechanics and that is in his favor. If he's not willing to chase though, that does make a situation. It's like, okay, now we go into the frontal mode, and frontal engagements, it's super risky. Like,
It is. Yeah,
you
I,
know,
I
the
was
percentage of
telling
win
this
is
through
not
most of his rounds
clear.
to be very, very careful with those because they were not making many mistakes in those frontal games, and I won both of mine, but they were by a hair's thread, so I didn't leave a lot of room for errors. But 6-0ing Broseph in that last round, that gave me proud dad vibes.
Yeah, I thought it was actually kind of funny when Ops and Distance Roll were going at it for ages, and Dis was getting kind of conditioned to the wind up, and then Ops did the traditional Ops gamble at the end, and it was just like, well, don't get too comfy with the wind ups because then you do a late drag like that. And I just thought it was really funny that
Yeah,
comes around the corner and it's like, what happened? Like I beat the wind up, but it just takes your horse up. Yeah.
Ops was very hard. I didn't know what to do against him.
Yeah, were you trying to actively, on the last round against Broseph, were you trying to actively take the pursuit position?
Yes.
Against Broseph?
Yeah, because it looked like you were trying to hug it.
Actually, yeah. I was trying to get in Broseph's head because I figured he'd be sweating, and so I wanted to put a lot more pressure on him to see if he would make more mistakes that way. So the last few rounds, because I had such a lead, I was using mind games, trying to be more aggressive, see
Yeah,
if he
'cause
would slip up more.
when you get behind a player, like it's usually preferred because it forces them to open up their game knowledge trying to fight backwards because it's very risky fighting backwards, even though it can be quite decisive as well. Like, for example, Hippo's quite good at fighting backwards, but it's really exposed if you're behind Broseph and he can't fight backwards. It's like, it's really polarized. So, you know, him trying to get the frontal attack, so it's like, oh, now I can play normal mode where I can just lunge forwards and get a good timing. It goes out the window when he's got someone behind him. He's like, where is he? Really? Like looking over both shoulders, because he has to get his timings perfect, especially if you're
his counter
fucking a
pursuit
couch
is
down
not
as
as
well.
good.
Yeah.
So Hippo
that's-
was telling me to pursue as well because Broseph doesn't have as much knowledge.
Yeah, that really, I think, was a critical factor there because he took it like a lot. It didn't last, but like, it's like Broseph was like, I don't want to be chased. Like, he was trying to shake you off a bit. But every time there was like an equal turn, you would just be like, zoom, and just went straight to the horse's tail. And I think that was a pretty critical factor there where you had impetus to do something and he didn't. So a lot of times it exposed him, you know, what am I doing? Oh, I get stabbed. And he didn't really have a clear plan or a clear counter to anything.
Yeah.
So I think that's pretty critical. So yeah, good job.
Thank you.
Good job, Hippo, training him up. Now you enter the, you know, the horse world. I'm not going to say the F word, but you know what the community calls us. So you're one of us now. Looks like it. Forever tarnished.
Alrighty, guys. Do you know what your next game is? Do you know who you're versing for your next horse game?
It will be the winner or loser of the winner bracket.
That's correct.
Sorry, the loser of the winner bracket.
That's correct. Would you like to place a bet? Who do you think is going to win that winner bracket final there? Do you think it will be the 6 sheep sick, or do you think it will be the Vatican Expeditionary Force?
The Vatican. Who's
VF?
their
They have don't they?
They have They have and Bork versus probably and Bork versus probably Splinter and Pingu.
I'm gonna put my money on Splinter and Pingu. Pingu's ex-Equites and Splinter's probably better than Bork on horse, considering Bork came last in the horse race. Sorry to keep bringing that up.
Considering it's duels as well.
No, it's not.
It's not.
No.
It's not. It is.
What is it?
It is best of 5,
Skirmish
first to 6.
best of 5.
Yep.
Skirmish. Ooh, okay. Well, yeah, could get that.
Could he carry it? Yes. Well, we actually, even in Bork Skirmish, there was a marked improvement in Bork Skirmish compared to his like race, obviously.
Yeah.
So it could
Well,
be
yeah,
up in the air.
if Yoda's teaching Bork how to play horse, I reckon it's got a chance.
I'd still
I'll
put my money on 6 sheep though. They're I reckon what's going to happen is they're going to target Bork. Bork's going to get knocked down because he's not going to be able to handle 2 people at once, and then it'll be fighting in a 2v1 for most of it.
That's true.
So I reckon that'll be pretty hard to pull off. We'll have to be covering Bork, and Bork will have to be staying alive as best he can while also maintaining a reasonable amount of pressure on the other 2. Otherwise, it's going to become one-sided.
What happened to that team that we lost in the first round to Hippo? Who's that?
Brown Parry.
Where are they?
They're gone.
They're gone? So we're
They're
still...
gone. They got knocked out by Headrot, the people we just beat.
Let's go! So we've... Okay, alright. Let's go!
Alrighty, we actually have a melee game to get into, guys. It is a Vatican Foreign Force with what looks to be Lothidus and Proteus taking on Delete Mordhau with Power Ranger and Billy the Bong. Do you have bets on that, gentlemen?
Loth.
Yeah, Lothidus and Proteus.
Yep.
Alright, thank you for your discussion.
No explanation needed, just
Yeah.
Lothidus, Proteus.
We'll see about that. We could see a surprise. I mean, I think Billy the Bong's very strong, and I think Power Ranger has a lot of staying time. It could come down to whether Billy the Bong is beating Proteus, or if Proteus is getting away with those absolutely crazy-ass running switches he does. We will see.
Let's hope so.
Thank you
Let's
for
hope
your
it's an
time.
even match.
Let's see how they can hold against Loth as well, because I know
Yeah.
he's going to be bringing his A game on that as well.
Well, I
Yeah.
hope so.
He's a force to be reckoned with.
Alright,
Gonna have
gentlemen,
to get into it. They're all waiting for us.
enjoy your afternoon.
GG.
Bye.
See-
Good job.
Alright, let us get right into the action. We are ready to go. They are ready to go. They are demanding our presence. Where are we? They are absolutely fuming that we are not in. I'm sure. Let's get straight in there. This is, ladies and gentlemen, Kendo. We are about to see it. We have on the red team, the Vatican Foreign Force, and on the blue team, Delete Mordhau. There's Power Ranger, he's up first. He's not sporting a regular sort of kit. He's been training something different, clearly. Maybe he's hoping they won't ban S-Stock.
Okay, it's go off now. Lothidus kind of looking like one of the refs. I got confused for a moment. Taking initiative pretty good. Power Ranger looking pretty calm. He's not using air stock, which is
Oh, he's gonna get chambered.
out of stam. Get some back. Oh, tried to go for the counter kick. Messer. Oh, double hit. Ah, it's over.
To glory!
That was very quick.
Those blue gloves. They look like Blue Man Group if they were wearing armor.
I'll just quickly bring up those replays to get a little taste of that action there. And then I'm sure we'll get into the game. We are waiting to figure out what the ban is, of course, though. Bear in mind, actually, give us just one moment. Alrighty, it looks like they are ready to go. The teams are in. I will bring us straight into the action. And of course, this game is determining one of the teams that gets to go through to the match before the loser bracket final. There are 6 rounds in the loser bracket for Melee. So there's still a bit of a journey yet.
I feel like every server I've been in this week,
And what was the ban again?
air stock.
Hmm. think a lot of these fights... Oh, lovely switch there. A lot of these fights are going to be in Proteus, whether he dies soon enough or not. Look at that. That is a strong start, I'll tell you what. That early switch there by Billy DeBong with that maul. And Power Ranger again, straight into Proteus. That's what they're going to need to win this.
I was actually about to say I've got my money on Vatican. Maybe I should change my bets.
Nah, I wouldn't yet.
Haha!
Because Proteus can switch too, and obviously Loth can. So the question is who gets away with that first one?
Thought it was interesting that Power Ranger was using short spear buckler even in the kendo. I think they just accepted the fact that S-Stock is under threat, so you might as well just use, like, practice heavy with something else. Does lose that 5 centimeters of range that he's used to though.
Power Ranger just delaying time there. Waiting for Billy DeBong to clean up Proteus. Billy's incoming. Lothidus has got no stam. Oh no!
Mate, it wasn't enough though. Lothidus is sitting there on 5 health with less stam. He's trying to get that stam back, but he earns it. But it loses it again. And that big miss, that's a huge penalty on his stam.
Oh, that Excel though.
He's still trying to milk
Billy
more stam time because he's in big trouble. Miss though.
Billy DeBong was very hesitant there because he wants to push and he wants to make sure Loth can't get any stam back. But he knows if he just runs in with a weapon like the mace, he's just going to run into kick range. And he can't handle that. That's no good either. So he's really doesn't have that many options. And we can see he's now changed to the E-Star. It's got a slight bit of extra range.
Yeah, it's a pretty good point. Oof. Power Ranger counters the switcheroo. He's in deep trouble. He's in a world of shit.
My apologies, just updating the scoreboard there. I had it displayed wrong.
There's a second weapon change by Billy.
Power Ranger really looking a little uncomfortable with the short spear and buckler hit there.
Something that's probably playing a big factor as well is that when they switch, they've got perfectly matching uniforms, Vatican. Where Billy DeBong and Power Ranger, they're very distinct, so you're not going to get confused during your versing. So if you're trying to bully the non-restricted player, it's going to make things a little bit difficult for lead walk out.
They've really got to put so much more pressure on Proteus. We do have a pause here though. Is this a player break?
Tactical pause.
Okay, by which team?
By Delete More now.
Alright. And
2 minutes.
okay, so this is again just a skirmish 16, guys. It's not a best of 6, best of 5. That's the final we were talking about earlier. This is the skirmish 16 though. So they have an allocation of 2 2-minute breaks.
Well, just in time though, mid-break, Gary joins us. How's it going, Gary?
I'm well, thanks. Good afternoon to the both of you.
Have you been watching so far?
What's that? Yes, I am in the watching server. I have been witnessing the match so far. Seems like Power Ranger has gone for a strange choice of weapon, and it's just being outsped by Lothidus on the Messer. Messer privilege is a very real thing. We need to acknowledge it from our community.
Yes. Yeah, I found it kind of interesting him choosing that because everyone's been bullying the S-Stock on the bans, so you know it's like he even used it in the kendo, so it's like why wouldn't he just use it anyway, knowing it's going to get banned, but just practice this on the side? Like it's kind of confusing for me.
Well, it's not necessarily a bad thing if that's his only warm up with the short spear he's had before going into the scrim now.
Yes, problem is with the short spear is just it's range, it's animation,
No combo.
It just no combo. It doesn't hold up against E-Stock. He seems to have dropped the buckler as well, which means he's going to be struggling on stam.
He may have taken a perk instead.
Oh, look at this crazy survival. He gets
Proteus decides to handicap his teammate, thinking Lothidus is
Oh,
just too
no.
off.
that was probably the best get stuffed in the bushes counter that I've seen so far.
Raxo moment.
Usually, once people get into that crouch between the bushes moment, it's just deletion.
And you just see that the speed on the stab is not quite the same.
Oh, his switcheroo is pretty strong though against Proteus.
Yep.
No, they screwed that up.
Yeah. And the switches on the stab for the short spear just aren't quite as strong as something like the E-Stock might be, especially with its much thinner frame.
Honestly, I was going to say the Delete Mordhau should almost be keeping these to duels and just relying on the fact they'll win the Proteus duel. Because I think they both feel like that's their confidence. I don't think they both feel confident in doing that. Whether or not that's correct or not, I'm not making a judgment about, but I think they both feel confident. And anytime they enter this switch market, just bringing Lothidus into the fight would he otherwise not be in.
Yep. But you've also got to keep in mind that Lothidus is really capable of switching out of that too. As we've seen, especially with the Messer, just the speed of it and the maneuverability of the weapon just allow him to hit people even if they're in relatively close proximity.
There's a big difference in the stab damage as well with the S-Stock versus
absolutely.
So you're lingering more time.
Yep. And
trying to do more moves just to get that extra hit. I mean,
waste stam, cuts off your ability. Oh, yeah, cuts off your ability to really pull off any slashes to any great effect because you don't have that 2-hit / 3-hit potential with the stabs and how dangerous they are.
Yeah, so now it's going to be like 3 to 5 hits, pretty much.
Yep. Oh, didn't see that one coming.
Oh, this could change things a little bit this round.
This could, yeah.
Billy the Bong getting pressured.
Oh no, Power Ranger backed off.
He missed.
Yeah, another big thing with stabs is the ability to dodge them much more reliably than swings.
It's going to be a big stam imbalance here.
Oh, there we go. That was good.
Left-handed more.
Yeah, no, there was about to be a big stab imbalance, but it seems Lothy just went for the parry. Not sure. It was a good stab either way.
He went.
He went for the nothing, as best I can tell.
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, no, I just mean if he stabbed a bit earlier and gone for the chamber, he might have been more safe. And he has that opportunity because there's no buckler / Targe on Power Ranger. So stam is a big component. Meta is the same stam as Y, believe it or not, so...
Blue are just inviting these opportunities to get switched on.
Yeah, they definitely are.
Power Ranger had a big opportunity here. One of them had no health, one of them had no stam.
Mess is probably the best weapon you'd want to have if you have no stam, because you can just, well, I guess Axel from a base neutral position and still get really good speed.
Any move is any other move.
Some good early stabs there. They seem to have cleaned up. Lothy just going for the jump, not realizing that he'd lined up with his body for an Axel, not a toe drag.
Delete Mordhau on apparently more points than they should be. Correcting that somehow. I keep adding points to the wrong team.
Pro scoreboard.
The biggest brain.
Oh wow. Off with the back parry.
Only in Mordhau. Oh, Proteus came in at the right moment there to throw Power Ranger off guard. And one thing too with the short spear, or just playing any weapon which you're not immediately very familiar with, is the fact that you have to put a lot more work into thinking about how you're going to attack and what you're going to do. And it gives the enemy more opportunity to throw in their own combos that they're familiar with, focus on defense, and take advantage of the fact that you're focusing more on offense than defense.
Super limited in what he can do as far as moves go.
Yep. That's another problem. Whereas
he
the
has-
Mesa can do things like that.
There's no drag excel game for him because it's just so low damage.
Yep, absolutely not
So-
worth it for anything but stuns.
It's not even scary to the player. Like, I don't care if he's swinging.
Yeah, I mean, you'll notice in some of these 1v2s where Power Ranger is the one, Lothudus just keeps swinging or stabbing through the possible hits because he knows the damage is not high enough to warrant him chambering or parrying out of it. And we have him going up against the Xe, which is a very dangerous weapon.
That's a good sweep through.
It was.
Oh!
Yep, Lothudus with a good backswing, gets the double parry off. Miss Mechanic finally triggers for the first time in the history of this game. Oh, Power Ranger. Now this is why in that 2 you want to really be chambering these attacks because you don't know where they're coming from. And if you just chamber them and either swing and or feint them into him, he's not going to have a lot of options. But if you're just walking up behind him, you're just offering your head up for a backswing. Lovely 1v2 performed by Lothudus. Kind of sealing the feint of Blue here, I think.
Certainly.
Sealing the feint.
Sealing the feint, I mean, look, it works. It just works.
Yeah, because even that, like, all those scary feint animations, like if Power Ranger goes, hey, look, I'm doing an overhead, it's like, it's only a
Yeah.
stick.
Yeah, and then you see, it's good that the Billy managed to pick up a kill there. Really helped out. Just like you were saying, Vet, if they can get Proteus quickly,
Yeah. Every
they
time
have a
they've
much
done
better
that.
opportunity.
Yeah. Every time they've done that, they've pretty much won except for one. But
Yeah.
I
But that
don't-
one was
they,
pretty...
they keep opening themselves. They keep thinking they need switches to kill Proteus. And every time they do
Yeah,
that, they just open themselves to some absolutely bastardized Mesa switch.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty evident that Power Ranger's
Aha!
struggling with the range of this, thinking it's S-stop length. It's 5 centimeters shorter.
Can Proteus clutch this out? Absolutely.
5 damage.
Oh, we see the absolute weakness of the short spear showing there, thankfully. If he hadn't got a headshot, I believe, on Lothudus there, it might have been a different story. But he's missing those 20 damage axles right now with his E-stop.
Yeah. He's starting to work his more from the stab instead of the other way around. Trying to be more scary with the stab.
They've lost both of them. My God.
Can happen in a heartbeat.
You can see the kill distribution here as well. It's not even actually that tilted against Proteus, honestly. Lothudus is doing the work, but he's had those 2v1s essentially. 1v2s.
Yep. Well, it's much more focused on the Executioner Sword there, as he should be. But gets locked out thanks to the feints. Very decent 1v2 there from the 2.
Short spear is definitely a strong weapon though in big group fight.
If you can make it work,
Yeah,
but
when
I do definitely feel there are stronger weapons to play.
oh, for sure. Just the skinniness of it when you're trying to like quick read, basically 2v1.
This is
If they
match point.
smothered him.
I think even Billhook would stand up a lot better. Just a lot more versatile of a weapon. A bit more
Oh, yeah.
range.
Yeah, more versatile. Just the the profile when you're looking down the barrel of a stab.
Yeah.
Hard to see
yeah.
it when you got so much going on. Oh, Proteus is. Oh! Power Ranger
Still-
stuffed up 2 of his feints.
Oh dear, Lothudus recovered that quite nicely. Almost blundered the feint.
Power's gone for a run. Has he got a second bandage?
He's got a.
Lothudus going for
he's got a
chip
secondary
damage.
weapon. They could stall.
They can't stall.
Over the hedge 2 electric boogaloo. Oh, more feint on the Mesa. Loth feinting the kick. Oh, and just the chamber feints. Everything is so impossible to read. It's all a 50-50, and when you're losing on stam and you don't have that buckler, you're pretty much doomed to lose the duel on paper.
This is when something like RTA comes in.
With, against the Messer, I don't even think so.
Nah, for sure. It's harder to do against Messer, by the way, because of its speed. But you just reverse the stam position any weapon pretty much. You've only got to do it 3 times, and they're essentially down half their stam. But that's it. That's all she wrote.
Yep.
They had a little bit of a comeback there. They played some points and they won them.
Was this the losers bracket final?
Oh, this was the loser bracket. We are determining who is going to the game to determine who's going into the loser bracket final. So we're still a ways off that.
Of course. Why didn't I think so? It's the most obvious solution. And I believe that will be decided by the average cope enjoyers 6S match.
Mm-hmm. That is correct. We actually only have one more game today, and it is, I believe, an archery game.
Ooh, archery game.
Mm-hmm. And then we are all done. As I said, it's a bit of a light day. But we thank everyone for tuning in. Tomorrow is tomorrow's crunch time. I have a whole heap of games banged in at the beginning that were rescheduled.
Yep.
We got a lot of intermission time later on in the day, which I'm sure we're not going to use for intermissions, but we're going to use to play catch up.
Are we thinking we're going to be able to finish off all of the finals tomorrow?
Well, we've got to, because we can't reschedule them to a Monday. So, this is a good point to announce it. There's no more reschedules after tomorrow. There's a little bit of allotted time towards the end of the day. So if, for instance, one team has an early match and for some reason they discover they can't make it, it could be potentially rescheduled to the end of the day. But that's it. Mm-hmm. There's no reschedule potential beyond that for tomorrow. It will be FFs.
You heard it here first, folks.
We're forfeiting everyone's games tomorrow.
We are not playing a single game. Win is declared now.
I can see the teams down there. Buddy, do you feel like you want to speak to anyone about what you just saw?
No.
Why don't you go grab someone, Gary?
Alright. If you insist, who should we get?
And it is, of course, there on your screen now, those results in. As you can see, Vatican Foreign Force has a path, if they win their next game, to the loser bracket final, to get a shot at the grand final. Delete Mordhau, they're finished. The next match we are seeing as well, I'll just quickly fade over through to. It's that archery game up on your screen there. That is what I believe we are about to see.
Right, we've got Power Ranger here from the last game.
Hello, everybody. How is everyone doing this fine Saturday afternoon?
Oh, I'm pretty good, Power Ranger. I'm sad that you lost that.
Oh, you know how it is.
Oh no, I feel for you.
It's all fun and games, you know how it is, you know. And Loth deserves it, and Proteus, they're just smashing it. You know, I hope they go all the way and win the tourney. And beautiful play.
You reckon you want to see Proteus win his first tournament ever? That'd be a pretty interesting story, actually.
That'd be pretty good. That'd be good way to get into it. Good way to start. And he's obviously
Certainly, but let's not get too hasty.
Absolutely.
All right. I know that the game was supposed to be earlier, but obviously we weren't ready earlier, so we did have that other game put in ahead. How are you and Billy DeBong feeling? Because I saw you out there with a short spear for the Gendo at the start. Was your plan to hopefully not get S-Stock eliminated, or?
Yeah, like
Trying to play the mind game.
for the whole week, I've just been practicing with spear and buckler, short spear and buckler, and just actually kind of liking it. But when it comes down to it, I am an S-Stock main, and I can't really do much switching with a short spear and a 2v2. So
Once an E-Stock main, always an E-Stock main.
Say again?
Once an E-Stock main, always an E-Stock main.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. I like slapping people across the face with it. It feels good. I know what it is.
I noticed you actually switched off the buckler in that.
Yeah, we were a little confused slightly on the rules. A little bit. Like, it's all good. We didn't realize we weren't allowed to have two bucklers on the same team.
Oh, I see.
We wanted to play buckler mace and buckler shot spear, but so we would kind of change it up at the start, and Billy was a little bit having trouble with the Taj, and I don't blame him. The buckler's just the OP. You can just see, like, if you're just a player like that. But it doesn't matter. Like, we all had fun, and
Yep,
good fun in the end. That's all that matters.
That's why we're here.
That's that's the whole thing. I mean, is this Billy's? This couldn't be his first tournament, is it?
It is. I think it is.
Is
Yeah,
it?
it is. Yeah.
Was he in the
Did he
duel
not play
tournament?
in the 2v2?
He might have played in the 2v2 of the duel tournament.
Maybe, but like he possibly, but I'm fair. He's definitely like young on the scene. Definitely. Sort of just been like a black horse, and then came in late, I think. But if he has played a tourney, it might be one or two, but that's it.
Look, it's man, you could have been something. That's a quote from the film, I'm pretty sure. Is it the contender?
Maybe next time.
Nah, look,
It's alright. Loth and Proteus, bro. They're the thing. They're gonna take it home.
you reckon?
I'll take it home.
Yeah. Gary's in this call. He's gonna potentially have to play against them.
I'll have to. I mean, we've already won against them in one round, so shouldn't be too hard to clean up again.
You knocked him in the losers bracket, and they're gonna knock him back out.
Absolutely. Get out of here.
Good luck.
I told you to clear off. Rapscallion.
Alrighty, I believe we have an archery game to get to, Power Ranger, but
No worries.
I shall see you
No
around.
worries at all. Gentlemen, thank you very
Thank you,
much
Power
for all your hard work and effort into the tournament. You guys are doing a fantastic job, and we really wouldn't have much of a Mordor if it wasn't for you guys. So deepest thank you to all of you. I had a great time.
Thank you so much.
And
oh no, I dragged him. I dragged him. I dragged you too early, Power Ranger. What did I miss?
Oh, the savagery.
That's all good. That's all good. Have a good one, guys.
Alrighty, have a good one. Oh no.
Fat finger.
Yeah. I let go of my mouse button. My legs are just hovering there waiting.
Waiting for him to start saying goodbye so you could mercilessly cut him off.
Your finger get tired because his gratitude went on for quite some time.
It's like trying to hang up with my grandmother on call.
Yeah.
Well, I will flick
He's right,
across.
though. Like, all the effort you guys have put into organising this event is a big deal for OCE because it was dying pretty rapidly at some point, and it's been hanging on for a long time, and it's pretty clear why. So,
well, I'm hoping that fluxing in a bunch of people who have had fun in this, maybe there's a bit of broad skill acknowledgement too. Maybe there's some broadening out of people who will start looking at those other things that they could be doing that would be fun. And in addition to that, obviously we bring in all these people who have now got contacts out there. They now got people they've played with before, they've learned a bit from. Maybe
I'd say learned a lot from, because it's pretty big polarization against the new players and the veterans here. So them having to go toe to toe and go like, oh, it's within my best interest to teach you everything I know.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that was certainly the case of Medina. It's picked up a lot. Good kid.
He'll go far.
Prodigal child.
Alrighty, we do have that archery game up though, and I can see the teams looking like they are in the server. Don't know if we were waiting for something in particular, but Looks like everybody's in here. You'll just flash over the schedule for about a second. That's where we're at today. It's like, you can see all those rescheduled games there, those 5. They're all at the beginning of tomorrow, which is why tomorrow's going to be a bit,
Of a hectic day.
yeah, well, yeah. Sort of like a soft serve machine tomorrow. It's just, if you hold the lever down, it's just going to keep coming. Just, you know.
That's one way to look at it.
I don't know why that came to my mind then.
Let's hope it's not a McDonald's soft serve machine.
Oh, it will be. It's going to get me a McFlurry. I'm going straight to get one once we're
I
finished
was
today.
going to say it might break down before you can get anything at all.
That's true. That's true. You know, those things cost a lot to repair as well. Just if it's a weekend and it's nighttime and they got to get a guy out to look at the soft serve machine to go, yeah, there's something wrong with it. It's $1,000.
Yep. $1,000. Is that
One
for
of
the
those-
franchise owner?
Yeah. So that's he
Oh.
pays because they're only
Oh.
allowed to use certain mechanics to do it.
No wonder they don't fix it.
Yeah. Anyway, I thought we were seeing. Oh no, it's a melee game. I've lied to everybody. I said it was archery, but it's not. It's melee.
Oh,
I
disgust me.
am a big liar. Wait, what is this game then? This is the
Is
winner
this the one that
bracket
got pushed
final.
back because the cavalry was earlier.
No. We just played the one that got pushed back.
Mhm.
This is the winner bracket final. Ah, I was right. We were seeing that today. I'm so confused. This is the winner bracket final you're about to see, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to get us in there. This is a big game. This is different to the other games you've seen. We've got big teams here.
Mhm.
I've got to make sure I spell the 6 whatever correctly.
Who's steering this ship?
And I can hear my phone going off behind me as well with some sort of stupid alarm to tell me to do something I don't care about. Bear with us.
It's
Just
to tell you of this game. That's what it's for.
this is winner bracket round 4, melee 0-1, and this is the only.
Big one.
This is the only winner bracket final there is. This starts off a little differently to some of the other games you've seen. So we're going to explain what you're about to see. And hopefully makes a little bit of sense to everybody. Give me about a moment. So, Gary, this is your team down here as well.
This is my team. I am a little bit nervous. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah, you didn't want to jump in and yeah, you're happy to give Shallow the reins down there?
Yep. I trust him with my life, my wallet, the tournament melee bracket, the archery bracket. You know, there's a lot of faith I'm putting in this man, and I think he's the guy for the job. Frankly,
I love these uniforms.
thank you.
I really do. I think.
Hold on, let's get a shot.
Oh, there you are.
Wait for the crowd.
To some extent, I think I'm a bit torn about the collar, but I feel
Yeah.
like it would look a bit weird with nothing up there anyway. So there's not much of a choice about it. But I think they, you know, I wouldn't be surprised, you know, up to the Tawny team, of course, but I wouldn't be surprised if they win. But they win that prize for uniform. Anyway, guys, what you're about to see is what is called a dual robin. I'm going to briefly pull up the rule set for the dual robin because, like I said, it's a little bit different to everything else you've seen. And my computer's going ding, apparently, because I can't spell dual robin. Bear with me just a moment while I get the rule set for these. Looks like we are off, though.
Ooh, big start.
So, that is 1 point to blue team. Each member of both teams must duel each member of the opposing team once. The total number of duels won by members of each team is recorded. A team which exceeds the number of duels won by the opposing team by 4 or more is the winner. Rounds continue to be played until a team wins. So basically, there'll be a set of 4 duels, and then each team will be on a number of points. If one point is 4 or more ahead, one team is 4 or more points ahead, they win. If not, we play another round of 4 duels.
And this is for the weapon ban.
This is for the weapon ban.
All right.
Huge.
Well, we've seen how look how critical that weapon ban was in that last game there for Power Ranger. Imagine if you can ban Arming Sword.
Yeah.
That would be big.
Ban Bardiche. Although Shallow's got plenty other weapons.
Van Bardiche again.
Nobody's ever going to get the chance to ban an arming sword or anything.
Perhaps not. And I don't think you can sub in during this phase either.
No, you can't. So this game here again, substitutions are off. The 2 players who are in. They can't change it up. Lovely reading by Medina there, actually. He's got to pull out one of those excels.
He is doing quite well. Against Pingu, I don't think they're going to be that helpful.
Maybe not, because Pingu does have decent ping. Oh, lovely outrange of the kick. There it is!
That was very nicely done. Excellent.
And there's one more duel to go in this round, and clearly we're not going to have a team that's up by 4 or more, but we may have a team that's up by 2.
Yep, that was very nicely done by Medina. Oh.
We do indeed. So that is one round of the duels done. 4 points are on the table. It's 1 for the 6 sheep sick.
Yep.
And 3 for the average cope and joys. And now they play another round of duels.
Looks like Pingu is going to be starting off this time.
Looks like the ref is just making sure they understand what goes on and what the order of things is. But we do look like we're ready to go again. There's a signal from Shala. Pingu looking a bit stock still there, trying to figure out what to do.
Stares off into space, the PTSD hitting really hard.
Gonna type into each other.
He's ready. Shala's ready. It's all on the ref's call now, ladies and gentlemen. All on the ref's call.
Yep. Seems there it is. An acknowledgement, and it begins.
A little bit of a standoff there at the start. Not sure who was going to make that first move.
First blood goes to Pingu.
Once they're connected, Pingu's shield is actually a magnet. It sticks to the player.
Shala losing another one to Pingu there.
Yes, indeed.
We saw Medina do this once.
Pull off. Yep, can he pull it off? That's the question. Whereas Pingu calibrated in now, fine-tuned to Medina. 2 early hits. Lovely kick, but he reads it.
Oh.
That was very big. Big stab feint. Oh, and the morph does it in.
Scores have just become tied, but there are still 2 more duels to go in this round. We may have a reversal of the last round situation. Perhaps
quite possible.
The 6 sheep will go up too. They'd have to win all of them in a row. That'd be no mean feat, I tell you what.
Yep. Big Polex plays, but E-Star gets one. Returns fire.
Oh, it's anybody's game.
Oh, that's the classic Leo move. It's a classic Leo move right there.
Yes, it is. Can Medina even out the scores?
Yes, he can.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was a little bit worried about all those feints on the way in. Starting
that's
spam late, but
Medina special.
It is for all, and the players know what they're doing now. They know how this works.
Yep.
And
Now
looks like
we could definitely see the 6 going up, though. Ooh. Big axles, big drags. Medina. Oh no, he couldn't pull it out.
And it looks like Shala is going to be fed to the Pingu machine now. Or maybe he's going to eat the Pingu.
Seems he switched. Is that a messer I see?
That is indeed a messer.
Alright. Now, that's a 3-hit to kill, no matter what. So, I'll see how this goes in comparison to the potential 2-hit from that poleaxe. Pingu having a lot of practice facing against poleaxe, mess, or every weapon really, seeing as he is going up against Cheeky quite frequently, I imagine, and many other EX members.
Shala is really not enjoying that one-hander. Every fight he's actually lost to Pingu here.
Yep. Yep.
Not sure if
Certainly
anyone
takes them mind
really-
games.
really appreciates like Pingu just using such a high hit to kill weapon, and still in team fights, 1v1s, it doesn't matter what it is. He has to do a lot more, which means a lot more defense to read, like a lot more things to show them, and use more stamina because he has to use a lot more. It's pretty crazy that he's able to do so much with an arming sword.
Oh, and there it goes. The 3 feints.
Okay, this is big now.
Yep, score reversal.
Yep.
1 more, and it will be over.
One more, and this is the last round. This is the last duel in this round. If Leo takes this, they win the duel robin. If Shala can hold on, we do another round.
Bardiche. Lovely dodge.
He's done it!
Yep, nicely done.
They needed
Bardiche
that.
Ben.
It's another 4 duels now.
Yep. Ooh, lovely drag.
Again,
Big jump underhand.
we're basically where we were after that first round. We're just 6 sheep in the lead by 2 at the beginning of a set of duels.
Oh no. Can he hold on?
Yes, he can.
Ah,
He takes it out against Pingu.
That's actually quite big that Shala's managed to do that now. That
Yep.
if all other duels hold equal, they've got a footing here. They can make progress and either get that 1 point lead back now, or at least hold on evenish.
7-6. A Leo Medina matchup. We've seen this go both ways. Ooh, big early hit. Oh, wow. Leo goes for the gamble lean back. Interesting. Medina doing a good job of reading,
yeah.
Absolutely.
but Pingu seemingly down on stam pulls a nice maneuver to get Medina to waste some as well. Yeah, Pingu looks like he's got the upper hand absolutely in this engagement now. Up on stam. Yep, there it is.
That's the 3rd game of that set, and there's 1 point left on the table to be won. We are about to finish our 4th round of duels here, and these teams could be even.
I lied.
We could be going to marathon this.
Quite possibly.
This is that tennis match that stays till 4 AM in the morning, I
Yeah.
tell you what.
Advantage receiver.
Deuce.
Deuce. Do like me some tennis. Big drag there by Sheila. Ooh! Could this... Oh. Misses the drag though. Down Stam looking to recover some. I don't think he got any. Lovely footwork. And there it is. Another one against Pingu with the Bardiche of all things.
They are tied 8-8, and it looks like this time we are starting off with a Shala and Leo duel. And remember, the order the duels go in doesn't really matter because we'll always play out the full set of 4 before we look and see if someone is ahead by 4.
Now, although they changed the 2 to kill on Bardiche, it still has some damn good animations, and seeing as it's not played a whole lot, well, best of luck. 'Cause we see how effective it is now.
Average Cope Enjoyers, they are on 1 ahead now. But in order to secure that, if they think they're fairly confident against Leo, they have to bring their A game against Pingu. They have to kill him 2 times in any round in order to be up 4.
Yep, and we've seen Medina do it once, but can he do it again? That's the question. Very big question. Very big task. As time goes on, as you keep losing to Pingu, you start to lose your cool as well. Especially for some of these newer comp players.
The 6 sheep clawing one back.
I can do that.
Oh, wow.
Oh, they both one hit to each other.
Yep. 1 to 1.
No!
Oh, he tried to read a little bit too hard that time.
Pingu bringing them ahead now. This is a fluctuation and a half. I tell you what, we are all over the place here. These guys are so evenly matched overall.
Yep. Already up to 19 kills altogether. Oh, big axles from Medina. Bringing it to 10-10.
On and on we go. They really want this ban, I tell you what. The ban could be big for both teams.
You can see why. We have a disconnect from Leo. I believe he's trying to fix his ping at the moment.
Well, I know that Leo is not New South Wales or Vic, so higher ping by standard. And if the internet gets dicey or those long distance connections, it can be a pain.
Yeah, lack of the ability to substitute here might really come in and hurt them.
Does anyone know which state he's from?
Yeah, I don't want to DDoS him though. I don't want to dox him.
DDoS. There's an interesting speed. Like most of the Perthies have less than that. So. Unless it's just this.
Leo, not Oceania, confirmed.
So if anybody is joining us, we are in the middle of a dual robin, which hasn't been seen before. Typically, of course, games start with kendos. If it's normally it's been passed, it's been to determine color. In this case, it's to determine a weapon ban. But for the finals, because it's so crucial, and because you don't really just want to lose your weapon ban to just smack 2 kills in a row done. It's like we've put a bit more effort into making sure you really got to assert yourself in order to get that weapon ban. So in the dual robin, all 2 players of each team must duel the 2 players of the opposing team once, and that's a round of duels. There'd be 4 duels. Everyone will duel the other 2 blokes twice, once, and that's 4 duels. Now, in a set of those 4 duels, at the end of those 4 duels, each team will be given points based on how many kills they got. So realistically, the only options are 4 to 0, 3 to 1, 2 to 2, 1 to 3, or 0 to 4. That always comes out of each round. Then, one team will win only if they are 4 or more points ahead of the other team. So at the end of a round, they come out, we look at what the scores are now. As you can see on the screen at the moment, they're 10-10. That means no team won the last round or any of the rounds before that, or we wouldn't still be here. If one of these teams picks up 4 points in a row right now, if Average Cope Enjoyers manage to win every single duel they're about to have, the 4 in a row they're about to have, between the 2 of them, they'll instantly win. However, if they lose one of them, there will be another round after that. But if by the end of that round, they're still 4 or more points ahead, they will win. But we've been going backwards and forwards here. We've not seen a lead stronger than 2 points at the end of a round. We've pretty much been clawing up 2 at a time, 2 at a time, 2 at a time, and now we've just had an even round. We had an 8-8 before, now we've got a 10-10. But we had a 1 to 3, and then we had a reversal of that. We had a 4 to 6, then we got to both teams to 7, and then to 8, and then to 10. So, it could go on.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Vet. This looks like it might be a bit of a long one.
That's okay. We've scheduled plenty of time for these games to go on. And then, of
Certainly,
course,
certainly.
once we get into the game, it's no longer that first to 16 melee you just saw before.
What is it?
It is now skirmish 6, best of
Ooh.
5. So
5 skirmishes. That's 30 matches altogether you have to win.
Well, it's best of 5.
Oh, best of 5.
So
I see.
you can win by just getting those first 18 points. Essentially, it's equivalent, if you think about it another way, it's equivalent of first 18 points across the whole thing. But of course, you pick up points and you're losing matches too, so that's not really a good way of looking at it. Again, you just got to win the map 3 times, essentially. And you win the map by getting the 6 points first. Traditional finals in tournaments are normally the 7-pointers. We've just decided to reduce it to 6 because we know our grand final is even bigger again.
Just want to emphasize the scale of it all.
Yes, that's it.
Surely we get a map where everyone can sit in the audience staging area.
Well,
that would be pretty cool.
It would be pretty cool. The only problem and the reason why that doesn't happen is because there's no third team, so we can't put the audience on another team and not have them be spawned in and have to fight each other.
Yes, I see.
And it looks like the team is off. The team is off. The duel is off. We're starting again with Pingu and Shella. Shella has lost the majority of these matchups so far.
Yep, and they've had a pause now, so we'll see who that favors. They've traded hits.
You can see Shella doing a lot of chambering work there.
Yeah, a good idea to reduce those 50-50s. Oh!
Whoa!
Goes for the kick, and he absolutely gets punished for it.
We got 1 point already to the 6 sheep here. If they win the next 3 duels in a row, they'll win it right now. If they don't, we'll see another round of duels.
Yep.
But this is really giving us a really strong preview of these players in that one-on-one setting here, which you don't normally see. Normally the scrims are all about the scrims and maybe you get a couple kendos and that's it. But for anyone tuning in who's got no idea at all about these players on a one-to-one basis, what weapons they might choose to use, how they might choose to handle their opponents, you get to see it all right now. These players get to feel each other out. Ah, the Pingu train doesn't stop. There are no stations on the Pingu line.
Come, you tits, I heard you.
Well, folks, we are going to see another round of duels after this here. Medina's going to play Leo, I believe. And then there will be another round of duels. The question is, will the 6 sheep be up by 3 points? Or will it be tied again? Leo, very strong here. He's going to win this. All he's got to do is defend against Medina's Excels and he might be fine. Look at the drag. Alrighty, so we have the 6 sheep, 13 to 11 here. They are looking to win 3 now. If they win 2 and the other team win 2, they're just going to hold that 2-point lead. They need to win 3 and only offer 1. If they do that, they will win. This means it's real big if Pingu can take Shella here. We've seen it's definitely in his favour to do that. As long as he starts off strong here, they are in a good place. They can do the exact same thing they just did that round. No, Pingu's down. They need to win the next 3 now. Otherwise, red team are going to begin turning this score around once more.
I think his helmet's copped a beating. Seems to be copping a lot of overheads today.
Well, they're all going for that head damage. So Pingu going in for his next one.
Pingu doing his thing. Magnetize the player. Oh, 2 hits in.
Oh,
and they
under
missed.
the kick. He's
I'm
14 to
confused about
12.
the team name. Is that scoreboard correct?
Yeah, it is correct. Red team of the 6 sheep, something other.
Not that one.
Oh, that should be average cope enjoyers. I don't know how that word's missing. I've got to check on that. My apologies, everybody. Leo's got to win this now, and then he's got to win his other one.
Oof.
Those misses and those fainter parries are costing him. Leo is probably down stam, I would say, at this point. Now he's down health, he's down everything. He needs to pull something off here. And that is not it. So we've got a 2-2. If Leo wins against Medina, the 6 sheep will maintain their 2-point lead. And then they get another chance at extending it to a 4-point lead in the round after this. But I'll tell you right now, we're going for another round after this again.
Some have speculated that we'll see the heat death of the universe before the end of this duel season.
Defend here.
And we begin a new round. Again, Pingu looking... This, it seems to rest on this because they would have actually had their 3 points they needed to win if Pingu hadn't lost to Shallow at the start.
Yes.
I think Shallow knows this as well.
Shallow needs to win this to stay in it. Oh, it's not looking good though.
Yeah, but then he pulls out a Bardiche thing like that, and Pingu just eats it.
Bardiche is 3 hits a kill and there's plenty...
There's the headshot Pingu needed.
This might be it. This could very well be it.
If Pingu wins the next one, that will mean the pressure is on Blue to win the 2 after this one. If
I
they
think
don't...
we'll see an Evening Star ban.
Well, we know Medina is also quite fine.
Indeed, but in a matchup like this, it could make the difference.
So now it is up to Leo to hold on to that 2-point lead. Hello, we apologise for that deep silence there and a spectator camera on a bunch of people running around. We've just had to clarify some of the rules, and that's being done with the players now. There were some interpretation issues with the rule set there, but they have been resolved, and we're just making sure that that's clear to the players as well. But I believe we're about to see Leo have to play out those other 2 duels there, because we saw Pingu play both those and win, and that gave his team that 4-point advantage there. But of course, Leo's got to hold on to that now.
Okay, so it's not a victory for
Not yet.
the 6S. Oh, interesting. All right.
So this may be a bit sudden for those players there. But the point behind this is that a team can't just order its duels in such a way that they manage to walk across the line and then be like, oh, we're done, we're finished, we've won.
Okay, I see. So the sneaky 6S tried to cheat in the tournament.
No.
Oh my god.
And he might have actually only played... I think he played those 2 because they were 2 ahead at the end of the last one, weren't they not? Because Shala killed Pingu and then Medina killed Leo. Oh no, did Leo? I don't know. We'll see. But I was... I'm pretty sure I saw Pingu just face 2, and that's how they got up 2, because they were playing evenly until then.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
So theoretically, if Leo wins a 17 to 13, what's that? That equals 30, does it not? Yeah, so 32 is divisible by 4, so there's 2 left. There's Leo's 2 left.
Ah, okay.
Yep.
So does that mean that Leo has to win 1 here?
Yep, that's correct. If he wins 1, they'll be up 5, and then if he loses 1, they'll be down to 4, and that's still a victory. Well, like I said, the point here is that they can't just pick the order of their players and win via that.
All right.
Come on, yeah!
So they've had a little bit of a break now while they got adjudicated. It'll be kind of interesting to see if that's had any effect on how they were playing.
Definitely.
Because to some extent, you know, if my apologies, if the 6S team had thought they had won, that may dampen them if they now realise, hang on a second, no, we've got to fight again.
Yep.
And of course, we're just waiting for the players to be ready to go. Like I said, I believe we've got 2 Leo duels here, and that will even out that round. If he wins 1, that's it. They've won. But if he loses them both, then that will just leave the 6S with that 2-point lead they currently have, and then they get another shot at extending it. Every time they drop back to that 2-1, so the 2 lead position, they've pretty much got to win the next one 3-1. Or 4-0, of course.
There's some discussion in the chat between the teams whether they want to agree to a no ban.
That's actually interesting because there's no rule that specifies that can't happen.
We'll see how it goes.
In fact, I believe there's an allowance for that in the actual rules themselves, and I know it did get discussed by the tournament staff before the tournament started that may happen.
Okay.
Teams could just decide not to face each other, or could give up during the
All right. Seems we have an agreement to
Gary's on the stage.
no ban.
Okay, well, there we go. They're going to end it that way.
Wait. Still waiting to see if they're going to commit to it. But I believe all 4 competitors have said no ban.
That's fair. Well, look, you got to put it this. Obviously, they know there's a chance it could go either way. Blue could immediately just start reversing this situation right now.
Well, that really I mean, I would never agree to that.
Because look, Reda's so close. Leo's got to win one, lose one, and then they can ban E-Star. And of course, it's favourable. Maybe if average Cope Enjoy is a little worried that that's what's about to happen, would be favourable for
the
them
other
to
side
secure
wins.
it.
Ban arming sword. Pingy's in a world of shit.
Yep.
But it looks like we're going into the skirmish.
Both teams taking their best to it. Probably the best result, to be honest. We're going to see all players in a comfortable environment with the weapons they want. No ego loss from a lost kendo, or what do you call it, a dual robin?
Dual Robin, that's the one. This
Yep.
is the pre-game now. We are ready to get into the action. And I will bring you the scores from each set as well. You'll see them expand out a bit like this, as you can see them there. Bang, bang, bang. They're getting longer.
And be alive.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the winner bracket final. There is no ban. The teams have agreed.
Mm-hmm. Early hits on both of blue. First round goes to red.
And the point has just been raised that, of course, if there was an army sword ban, Pingu could just use falchion. But I'll tell you what, they're similar, but it's just not the same.
Dagger.
Medina getting the win this time, comes in to finish off Pingu. He's holding on though, trying to take the one-on-one, but they've got the surround now.
Now they've lost the surround.
Yeah, they've lost the surround. Medina's gone for a circle, a bandage. Is he baiting? I'm not sure. They win it, but with some difficulty.
Yeah, is that a stam as well?
I can do that.
Good pick of Exy from Leo. Just the intimidation factor of that 2-hit weapon can be enough to pull off a couple of good feints, especially early on.
Now these are going to go a lot faster because every single one we've watched has been going to 12 or 16. This one goes to 6 points. So already a third of the way there for the 6S. Leo in a spot of bother over there though. Pingu's coming to the rescue. Can Leo get out? He can indeed. He's got a bandage prepped. He's ready to go.
And Medina's in the 2v1. Six S halfway to winning this first set.
And of course, being a best of 5, 3 sets is victory. So the first set, you can make the game shorten from 5 full sets to 3.
And just there we saw something which I noticed about Pingu is he likes to go for those kind of reckless switches and sometimes takes a hit.
Between the legs.
Indeed.
Medina here with a battle axe, not something I've seen Medina much with.
Kind of feel like Pingu needs his own crowned version of his helmet. So they never come at all.
Whoa, that's no good. Pingu going in for the rescue there, but
Oh,
beautiful
dagger
throw. Army sword throw, actually, wasn't it?
dagger.
I was? Okay. I saw an army sword drop to the ground. Must have been Pingu's one.
They're both carrying sidearms. Shelly's got a dagger. Medina's got a short sword. What the body morph is that? Oh. It's a high level defense, but not enough.
4-4, but of course, like we said before, we're not counting points for this one. If you don't get 6, you'll get 0. It's 1 point for the set, best of 5 overall. This is a sudden change of pace for Shala though, because he hasn't been dueling Pingu for, I don't know, 5 minutes now.
Oh, nice, mate. Wow.
Shala up on stand, but he lets Pingu away because he wants a bandage. Pingu's happy to entertain that. Oh.
Agreed.
Is there something hypnotizing about watching Pingu?
Yeah, I think there is, because it's just like, if it was an easy weapon, other people would use it. But the fact is that nobody uses it because it's super hard. And it's just like watching something that's not meta be so good at it.
Oh, I kicked to the face. Alright. That is one set to the 6 sheep, 6 sheep sick. But that is one of possibly 5. So do not think anything is set in stone yet. We saw how tight they were during those duels there. They gave up. They decided no weapon ban.
Big mistake, gotta say.
And of course, it looks like we have just let the map flip back over there. I don't know if I have any replays from that game. I don't think I do.
So how's the ladders going?
The ladders?
Yeah, the scoreboard.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's 6-4 for that first match there.
6-4 in favour of
the
6S?
6S indeed. But look, that's just the first. They've got to win 3. And either team, I'm sure, could do it.
Hmm. Alright. He's ready.
Fighting words from Michelle Feller, threatening to go back to the duels for the next 20 hours.
Well, we're currently in duels already. What's the difference?
Indeed.
Pingu coming in for a switch, pays off, but Leo returns fire.
Leo is ready. Watching it from Michelle's perspective, he might have just barely noticed that you could see Leo watching him as he approached. Definitely better to switch onto Pingu's back there because it's a guaranteed hit.
Is this Medina's first tournament?
I
Or was he in the dual tournament?
So.
It wouldn't have been in the dual tournament. Let's assume it is. We might be wrong, but I'll give Medina some airtime. We'll try and avoid him dying like that next time, though.
Yeah, unlucky. You just gotta.
You see the way Shallowfell is able to use his just that choke there to get through, and it buys him. You know, he dies anyway, but the 5 or 10 seconds he gets there, as he goes around the choke, comes into the corner, turns around and goes the other way, uses that corner to block Leo from getting in. You know, if he gets a kill on Pingu in that, now he's just in another 1v1. You can use those shapes absolutely.
Medina pushing up pretty hard. Tentative look back. Good first hits for Shella. Good
Critical.
reads, but oh, the switch that he did not see. Can Medina clutch it out with Pingu?
Pingu's out of stam. Can he hold it?
Good work there. It was for a dagger throw.
That was a
but
very good tactical decision by Medina there. If Pingu wasn't happy to fight and Pingu was going to back off, Medina not risking even just, backing Pingu into a metaphorical corner there, lets Medina be alive. And look at it. It worked out. Shallowfella won his duel not 3 seconds later, and then it was 2-on-1.
No way.
Going for a similar setup this time. Pingu really wanting this switch. Shella missing one of his Mesa swings, which very well could have lost them that round.
Aye, lad.
Pingu leading the charge. They're doing these little switches that.
Shaw almost jumping off the platform there. I saw his feet coming out from under him. Oh, bounces off the bush. Doesn't matter anyway. Medina's done that one before.
Good round there. Medina taking Pingu in the first round, in the initial combat too.
Yeah.
Poor
Oof.
positioning by Medina.
Yeah, I think we had a team hit in there. I think he got hit once by everyone.
Yeah.
It was a group effort to take Medina down. Oh, terrible miscalculation by Pingu there. He got his ranging all wrong, but it doesn't matter. There
Medina
gets away
really
with
just needed to throw a chamber up there. That would have been fine. Shella's in a real bad situation.
This is 5-2. This set here is looking like particularly a strong showing. I think red have absolutely got the measure of blue right now.
Looking quite strong for them at the moment.
But a change in weapons can change that.
Yep. Oh, that's 50 damage on Pingu just from that. Comes in to do him in the difference. Medina really struggling with this, putting himself behind Shella. Oh, and he doesn't chamber, he feeds. What is he doing?
Well, the other thing was, Shella was hugging the front of Leo there, and that didn't let Medina get in. Medina needed to say something like, "Hey, I'm on your right, let me in." I noticed Shella gets a lot of these kills with that stab poke there from the Bardiche.
Yep.
I suspect it's deceptively faster than it looks.
Aye, lad.
Because everyone just seems to gamble, well, not necessarily gamble, but they seem to go through it. They don't bother feigning to parry from their wind-up to it when they see it coming.
Mm-hmm.
Medina taking that leg damage there and he goes down. That Eggsy just putting it out.
Yeah, Eggsy's a gross weapon. That's why I like it.
That's 2, but it's not done yet. I wonder if we will see, because I get this little break, sort of this free break here between each of these games, so they don't necessarily need to do an in-game break, but of course they can. I wonder if we'll see weapon changes though. Like Medina goes fine with the War Axe. I'm surprised we're not seeing that. The cleave potential on that surely has to be something that's thought about.
There's also a big range disadvantage on it too, though.
That's true, but I mean, it is only what, like 15 something centimeters shorter than an Easter?
That can make all the difference, especially when you're pulling off strange-looking swings.
Yeah, that's
Not to
fair.
say the War Axe doesn't have some great swings, but
Yeah, that's fair. I wonder if potentially he could sacrifice a layer of armor, given his
it seems he switched to the battle axe.
nice, because I was going to say, given he's dying consistently 2 shot to the exit, and Pingu's always going to be 3 or 4 shot to kill him anyway, he could drop some armor just to get that extra run speed to make up.
Idea.
I know, but if he was really concerned about the War Axe's range, he could make it up with further movement while he's winding up and while he gets his lunge.
Certainly.
It could offset it, but again, you're right. But like I said, he's going to be 2 hit to Eggsy anyway. He's going to be
But
3
he'd
or 4
probably
hit
be
to Pingu
2 hits
anyway.
to 2 hit to Pingu.
I mean,
1 hit from the.
Well, if he changed his chest, he wouldn't be. If he changed his head, he would be.
The how much damage did the Exy do to tier 2 fist?
It'll still be 2 shot. Yeah. Because he's currently 2 shot to Eggsy to the. Because he's got those lower level legs under there, I'm pretty sure. Because I keep seeing him die to 1 shot to the chest, 1 shot to the legs. So I think they've got the lower level legs down there. I could be
think
wrong.
He does, yeah.
But yeah. Let's see if the War Axe pays off
Build
here.
his tier 3 legs though.
Okay. Oh, he's got that battle axe out again. He started off with that earlier.
Leo switched to the E star. Medina going for a kick. Good switch though.
Medina is in a weird place there.
A really, really weird place. He just needs to hang on. In fact, the switch here would be really good, but it's fine.
The Excel.
They both pull it out. Excellent job taking a 2-point lead.
Maybe there's some War Axe or some Battle Axe, I should say, heebie-jeebies on the other team.
Perhaps. I mean, battle axe in itself is an extremely good combo.
Yeah, 100%. Just the way it can look sometimes when it's manipping.
Yeah.
Such an advantage.
That's it, potential. Much
And the
like
feints on it as well.
Yep.
Well, this is
this
a
the switch
turnaround.
needed?
This is a turnaround.
No problem.
I'm surprised we're not seeing people run in with 2 sets of bandages, honestly. It's only 1 extra point. Sure, they haven't perfectly spent their perks.
How do you know they don't have 2 bandages?
That's true, but I definitely haven't seen anyone use 2 bandages, but I guess that would be a little bit of a weird thing to see.
Pingu now having room to gamble no longer.
Shallow's just got to hold
Excellent.
on.
Excellent work from Shallow though.
Oh,
Wow.
that feed there. Medina's got to pull this off. We've
Yep.
seen him do it once or twice before in the duel, Robin.
If he just backed off, it might have gone differently, but
They needed to
Well
sub
done to
Shallow
Pingu.
out. They needed to sub Shallow out. They needed to rotate duels against Pingu. And thus, a point is lost.
that's the power of the Taj. Giving this that extra arm. Yep.
Blue are playing a complete switch from their previous games here, I tell you what.
Yep.
Shallow just hovering at that
Yeah,
sort
well,
of threatening range, now committing.
Ooh. Dirty. It appears that the hit to kill has lined up with the battle axe and the Bardiche headshot.
Yeah, 100%.
Medina getting the double parry.
Leo looking for a switch, he's not
Goes
seeing
down.
one.
They both go down. The possibility exists either way for a victory.
Shallow actually on the lower stam, Pingu on the lower health. Pingu dead.
Oh.
This is looking very favourable for blue team now. Look at the kill distribution again. Medina and Shallow just putting in even work there, sharing the deaths, sharing the assists, perfectly sharing the kills. Pingu's the only one who's managed to get an actual killing blow for red so far. They might be about to go down this with less points than blue won in the last 2 combined.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, red not gonna lie down without a fight, that's for sure.
Nope. Matching up with Medina first.
I think this is their weaker.
Switch. Oh!
I feel like this is the weaker matchup because I feel like Medina's excels are strong against Leo because Leo's on higher ping.
Oh! Pingu takes no prisoners, but one hit will kill him here.
One hit will now kill Shella too. And Shella is running low on stam. Pingu's going to bring something out. There it is.
He's going to have to start doing some... There we go, 5 and 3. Hurls himself into the statue once again.
Medina's got to get that lineup on Leo and just abuse the difference in ping. That's the easiest path if you're looking at it analytically. That's all they've got to do.
Simply a ping difference.
That's all it can be, unfortunately.
And skill too, obviously. But we're talking about Medina here, I feel like that goes without saying. Lovely reads from Rochella.
Oh!
Justifiable double parry. Oh, wow. Ooh,
Oh, lovely.
work there. Goes for bandage. Gets interrupted at the wrong moment.
He's just blowing Leo's stam. They're subbing him
this
out.
regen and bandages. Oh, it hurts me watching this in competitive play.
Ooh.
Nicely done, Rochella. He could have eked it out.
This is actually getting very dangerous for Blue because they need this. They need the 1 point. Otherwise, Red could just take 2 now and take the whole thing.
They could, yeah.
Yes.
They've got to put their boots on. Lace them up nice and tight. Yes, that's what they need. Pingu's got to not win the 1v2 and he's not. He's not when it looks like that, he's not. They're playing a lot smarter this time. Medina's keeping out of trouble. He's not making any mistakes for Shella. The switch over there not handled very well. Pingu knew what was going on. I think Pingu can't handle this.
All they had to do was trade hits there, and they did.
Blue winning the one they needed to hold on. Now they need to win the next one too. And we're looking like we're running pretty well on time today because we were expecting to run through to about 3:30 there, and it looks like that's what's on the clock. Now we do have a pause here. Do we know, is this a pause? Is this been a break called by the players, or are we pausing for another reason?
I'm not sure. Doesn't seem to be any talk in chat about a pause.
Alrighty.
I think they're just waiting for a ready call. Yep.
Alrighty. They're making sure everyone gets in, that's fair. Shalafala boldly crossing the stage. That he's lagged down, he's just walking forever now. Oh no, he's here.
Radio, sir.
Leo missing that switch there. Way too long to go. Pingu
You with a
getting
good
over
fake switch.
Yeah, I was the exact same thing I was going to say.
That was good.
Leo, Medina probably going into this with a little more stam maybe, given he won a little earlier. Shella, though, could have held on, I'm sure.
Stam probably not going to come into account here.
No.
It really does with Pingu.
Come, you tits, I heard you. Hi, lad.
Interesting start. Good read there by Shella. Unfortunately, E-Star just decides to float its way into him.
Will do. Hi, lad.
shot.
Pingu's now starting to actually be a bit more comfortable with throwing that as well. Like, we didn't really see any throws in earlier melee games, but he knows all he's got to do is have gotten into melee, and he can just turn around if he gets a chance to. Shallow not in a good spot here.
Respectable performance though. It was funny. Gets a bandage in mid-fight.
Red team are halfway there to this point, this set, and that is halfway to victory. Medina could have actually taken that for a running switch there and killed Leo. That is a missed opportunity that I don't think they're going to get again.
Nope. Red team have taken it away. Oh. Just one mistake can lead you in a very bad situation with E-Star, and that is a very bad situation with E-Star.
Shallow has played plenty of E-Star though, I'm sure. Oh my goodness, what was that? Not enough.
Yep, sounds like E-Star to me. Lovely play by Leo there. Getting a good Axel.
Straight through the knees.
Good movement.
For those who are asking, the grand finals were indeed shifted to Monday. It was announced. It was also messaged to every team leader. Yes, you're right. Oh, here we go. This is it. This is lovely dodge there. They have blue have to take this, and then they're going to win 6 in a row. Is Pingy going to win this without a weapon? No, without a shield. No, he's not.
Blue team taking their first point.
We are going to determine a team for the winner bracket for the grand final right here. Pingu making a terrible miscalculation there. Leo not ready for the other side. Pingu, is he going to win this 1v2 to give them a shot at the grand final? He is not.
Not yet.
Even when Pingu dies, he dies like a hero. When you watch these replays.
Leo's gotten away with Medina's kill. It is Shallow on his own here. Shallow's not even holding up to Pingu. Pingu going for a throw. He knows he's got the time. Look at the drag. Look at this. Shallow's in a corner, literally. And that seals the deal. That is it. That is how grand finals are born. Right there and then. Gary, how you feeling?
Yep. Pretty okay actually. I was anticipating this result. We are.
You're planning on doing the loser. Yeah.
Yep. We just thought we'd pay Lost Team another visit, whoop them a second time, just for good measure, just to get in another stay small before we move on and defeat the 6S team in the grand finale.
Is there a training regime for how to do that?
No, it's more of an intuitive, skill-based thing. We kind of just go with the flow, given that we are probably the top 3 OCE gamers. So we don't really need to talk about these things. I'm sure comms were deadly quiet. Telepathy is something which we've been focusing on in our past training regime, but now that we've ascended to godhood, I think we should be fine to carry this through to a victory. Thanks, Vet.
Well, hopefully we'll get a word in edgewise with your teammates there.
Would you like me to go and collect one of them?
Yeah, let's see. Well, we can bring up anyone. I mean, obviously, we probably want to speak to Pingu and or Leo as well.
I don't see why you'd want to do that. We'll get both of our Medina and Sheller, and I think that'd be a good, healthy mix.
Now, of course, just while we can, very briefly, the grand final is moved, as it was announced in the Discord and as has been messaged to every team leader. The schedule, however, the brackets still show the games on Sunday. We'll be updating that shortly so that when you do check those match times there, like every other match time has been throughout the tournament, they will be up to date. We were hard at work, still just confirming everything sort of at the last minute. We've had an idea. I know we announced the move quite a while ago. Beginning of the week, I think, Monday or Tuesday. But yes, it has been moved. So we will hopefully see everybody for the grand final Monday night.
Oh, hold on. We're still live, apparently.
What do you mean?
I'm not sure what's happened, but I've just
Hold up.
just received word that it's 5-4, still live.
Yeah.
Was there a rules violation we were unaware of?
I've got no idea. This is big. There was a double charge throw, apparently. That was cause for a rules
shit.
violation.
Never mind.
Never mind.
6-4.
Everyone forget everything you just heard. Wow, alright, fair enough.
There's the actual game, folks. 6-4. Sorry about that, everybody.
Okay.
Thank you back to your replays.
Alright.
That explains why I saw referees being moved down there, but not coming up to the post-match. Alrighty, Gary, Flight King, one of you maybe jump down. Let's find some people. We'll speak to everybody. I think that was the winner bracket final. It's a pretty important match. If everyone's willing to, we'll get everyone in one or two at a time.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Pingu, how you doing?
Doing pretty good. Won the game. Feels good.
How do you feel about that little bit of that new game mode there at the start? A little bit of confusion with that.
It sounds alright in premise, but I don't think anybody really wants to do 50 duels before a best of 5. So it took a little bit too long. We just decided no ban. Who cares? Let's just play.
That's fair. Well, that's a possibility. That's why we've set the bar that high, and we talked about it in prior to that it may go on that long, and that if teams did want to just decide a no ban, that's an option as well. Obviously, everyone wants a shot at getting the ban first because the ban could have been pretty important. You know, they would have probably wanted to ban Arming Sword, and I mean, do you guys have an idea what you might have banned had you won it?
Well, we thought we did win it, and we banned Evening Star, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
At the start.
Although Leo made quite good use of Evening Star anyway.
Yeah, well, ban was not for us, right? It was just for the other team.
No, it's for both teams.
Is it really?
It is indeed.
Didn't know that.
They-
But
Almost
the-
played yourself there, Pingu.
Alright.
You're lucky we let you off the hook.
worked out anyway in the end, I guess.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, look, very strong showing there because I mean, you dropped that one set there, that third set, but otherwise, and that was actually a pretty chaotic drop as well. And obviously, you apparently you threw twice apparently.
Yeah, I yeeted a sword in the Sheller's head. For the
Ah.
style points at the end before I remembered that's not allowed.
Oh well, the refs on top of that apparently, but it didn't matter in the end because you got that final point anyway. Maybe change the score by 1 or 2 points, but not super important because you're staying in. You now have a Melee Grand Final to play, which I hear is potentially not going to be the only Grand Final that you guys are playing in anyway. Depending how your games go tomorrow, of course.
Daly should sweep, easy clap, and horse.
I
I'm not
disagree
sure
with that statement.
Daly
I'd like
can't
to have a
lose.
word with you in private, Pingu. We have some skill issues to sort out.
Radio.
Are you excited coming tomorrow in the great grand final?
You mean
For
Monday in the grand final?
Yeah, I don't have any
Monday.
games tomorrow, so. not
Okay, well
particularly.
Monday it is then.
Yep,
It is
Monday
indeed.
it is.
Now, did you guys know that the grand final was Monday?
We did. We found out yesterday or the day before, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, at least some people are paying attention.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, when you've got skill as good as us, we don't need information. We just show up every day, every second. We're ready to fight constantly.
I agree with Gary. That's the way to go.
Yep, I'm sure Shella will tell you about that.
How are you feeling about you don't have a covery game tomorrow?
We're in the winners final against Shella's team.
Well, that should be tomorrow
I
then.
thought they
Every
got-
other game's tomorrow.
Huh. Okay. Well, maybe we do have a game tomorrow. Maybe we're not on
See?
top of the information. See, just like Gary said.
We're ahead of the curve. I'd already pre-based my responses 3 sentences ahead. You're just catching up now.
Yeah, that should be interesting. We haven't played any Cav skirmish at all since we won the race, so we skipped that round. And we've done 0 practice on horse at all, and probably won't do any either. So
I
we'll see
mean,
how it goes.
look, you guys are up against and Bork.
Yep. Should be easy. No fear.
No fear.
Yeah, overrated easily.
You reckon?
Fighting words.
Maybe.
Skill issue. What can I say? You know? Hope.
I can hope he's overrated at least.
If you believe it, it'll come true. That's what
Exactly.
I've found.
I mean, that's how you won just now, isn't it, Pinky? You believed you're gonna win, and
You just believed harder than we did.
Yeah, that's all Mordau's about. It's belief.
One quick last question: do you still have Lothidus blocked?
I don't think I've ever blocked Lothidus.
All right.
so-
Well, that's all from you then. Thank
Probably
you.
not.
oh, what is this? Alrighty, Pinky, I'll see you around.
All right. Cheers, guys.
Also, happy birthday to Lothidus from yesterday.
Oh, Lothidus' birthday was yesterday?
Yeah, he's almost legal.
Are you for real?
Yeah, I think so.
Lothidus is my birthday as well.
Oh, you're joking. Oh no, this is vet. All right.
And
Forget I said anything.
And there's,
Cut the stream.
there's another Mordhau player whose birthday was yesterday as well. Or I won't mention
Who's
it. Oh, I won't mention it. It's up to them to mention it.
Oh, fine, all right.
Wow, that's really weird, hey? A lot of December 17th.
It was STK's birthday, wasn't it?
No, that came out. True, the actual birthday, it was a couple of days ago. You missed that, I think 2 days ago, maybe? I don't remember.
You've been had.
I haven't even opened it yet. I haven't touched the SDK once yet because...
It's like winning lotto and not like looking at the ticket.
Well, I don't know if the SDK is so much a lotto yet, but once I get involved in it, I'm sure I'll have my bearings and decide just how much... Because, the problem for me is, you know what it means? It means a whole heap of work. The day has arrived.
Yeah, and everyone's going to be on your ass. Like, do this, try this. Don't worry. I'm sure Taruk will be there to mop up anything that you think is difficult, and everything you say is easy. He's going to be like, nah, it's too difficult. We can get into that.
Yeah, pretty much. We do have a lot of games. Yeah, that was the last game today, but we do have a lot of games tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of games tomorrow. I'm going to flick across. I've just flicked through the brackets there, but I'm going to flick across to the tomorrow schedule, which is up to date to the minute, to the second. There are no more rescheduled games from today. Everything had already been done in advance. That is tomorrow. There's no room to move on tomorrow. We said this earlier. We discussed this. The only room to move is that last little half an hour at the end of the day if someone really needs it. We got intermissions there, but I'm pretty sure they're going to make up for the lost time given that massive stack of games in a row there.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be behind. We're going to be behind. Those intermissions will catch us up, and maybe we'll be ready for that rescheduled game at the end of the day, if there is one. We're hoping there isn't one, though. As a heads up, it's going to be pretty strict from now on, guys. I know we've been pretty friendly with on-the-day stuff, but I'll tell you what, if you haven't gotten in touch with Teok and Taruk, well, primarily Teok, by tonight, if your captain hasn't gotten in touch with him tonight to move your game into that last slot tomorrow, if you really need that, it will not be happening tomorrow, I tell you that much. And there's only that one slot. So And they're really, really, really be hard on who actually needs it and who doesn't. So
We're going to bid it off to the public. So make sure you bring your wallets because we're bumping up the prize pool once again.
Alrighty, and the other thing we have there, of course, is that's the Monday night there. We talk about the fabled Monday nights that half of us didn't know existed. That is it there. There right in front of you. That is Monday night. That is the grand final. Why Monday? We weren't going to get it in Sunday when we realised all the games were moving to Sunday. Plus, we knew there were some people who weren't going to be available Sunday that potentially or are now in the grand final. So we've just made sure to clear it out in advance rather than be on the day when we finally know who's in there having to move it. It's a nighttime event, but it was going to be that anyway.
Event.
Doesn't matter if it's a Sunday on a night or a Monday on a night. It's the same thing. If you got work in the morning, hey, maybe you'll be up a little later that night. That's fine. It's for a good cause. It's for Mordhau.
A good cause.
A good cause. Absolutely.
Like 2 truths and a lie with that one.
Floody.
One
Gary, go ahead.
Solved. I love you. I care for you, and I need you. We discussed this earlier. I had to say this on stream.
That's really cute, and I don't understand.
Fine. We don't need to. All you need to do is move on.
That's true. Alright, for everybody watching, that I think is enough from us today. Nice short day, a light day. We're not here till 6:30 like we have been previously. We're done and dusted. It's only 3:40. You can go out and enjoy the sunshine. Hell, if you're in WA, you're just about to have lunch. Or go to bed, potentially.
Back to bed.
Back to bed. I'm going to get the replay loop going, so bear with me, and I will bring that up on everybody's screen for a play out. But everybody, take care, and we'll see you all tomorrow, bright and early, 12 p.m. for an absolute slog of a day. Eliminations, winner bracket finals, loser bracket finals. We got everything tomorrow.
Yep.
Everything.
Plenty to see, nothing to miss. That's for sure.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as we don't see any weapon misses. Anyway, take care, everybody. Medina could have actually taken that for a running switch there and killed Leo. That is a missed opportunity that I only
Unfortunately, E-Star just decides to float its way into him.
Both parallel.
Rosa should have gone for the horse there.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait a minute.
If Shella can hold on, we do another round.
Oh, gosh. Just did it for a chamber up there. That would have been fine. I was much more focused on the execution sword there. Stand and recover some of that speed up.
Shallow is really not enjoying that one-hander. Every fight he's actually lost to Pingu here.
Legs don't have any momentum damage from rider that receives it. It's only momentum damage. Second weapon. Really good one. He's adapted his style.
I think you're really wanting this switch. Shella missing one of his Messer swings, which very well could have lost.
Medina taking that leg damage there and he goes down. That Eggsy just putting it out.
Some good early stabs there. They seem to have cleaned up. Lothy just going for.
Loses it again. And that big miss, that's a huge penalty on his stam.
Oh, that Excel though.
He's still trying to milk more stam time because he's in big.
Not going to have a lot of options. But if you're just walking up behind him, you're just offering your head up for a backswing.
That was very quick.
Dice probably. He reads distance draws wind-ups. His distance draws willing to engage.
Do the exact same thing they just did that round. No, Pingu's down.
He might take 2 shots, it depends. He does have 3/3 armor and he did a low speed, so there's no multiplier in that.
Lovely.
Is it very cool? Oh, he gets
There, Leo not ready for the other side. Pingu, is he going to win this 1v2 to give them a shot at the grand final? He's not.
Okay, now going into clockwise rotation.
Now, although they changed the 2 to kill him, Bardish, it still has some damn good animations. And seeing as
But Leo returns fire.
Leo is ready. Watching it from Michelle's perspective, he might have just barely noticed that. See Leo better.
Being so good at it.
Oh, that's no good. Pingu going for the rescue there, but
Yeah, good idea to use those 50-50s. Oh,
Whoa!
goes for the kid.
Easter though, I'm sure. Oh my goodness, what was that? Yes, he
Did it enter, so it's not a big deal. If we're still worth it. It gets the gambling.
Rose is actually going to get the 6 seconds.
Speculated it. I think it looks like he's got the upper hand absolutely in this engagement now. Up on the stamp. Yep. Proteus decides they need to get this team.
Oh no.
Hand off now.
This one was just happy to pursue here. He's going to be very careful about the Sibo short term. Well, stakes for Shella. Switch over there not handled very well. Pingu knew what was going on. I think Pingu can't handle this. The 2 after this one. He
I
faked
don't
it.
see anything.
Well, we know Medina is also
Yeah, great. Ops did a micro bluff charge.
skill winger.
Ducky turn. Yeah. So,
Losing the especially for some of these.
and defend himself. So if the person behind is really good at it, yeah, you really messed up because you're always trying to read the horse and where it's going. And when you see the big swing, it's like, oh, that's my read. But
Was there a rules violation we were unaware of?
I've got no idea. This is big. There was a double charge throw apparently. That
Oh,
was cause for a rules
shit.
violation. Oh wow.
Oh, they both one hit to each other.
Yep. 1-1.
No!
the other player is not as strong as you.
Oh,
Wow.
that feed there. Medina's got to pull this off. We've seen him do it once or twice before in the duel, Robin.
If he just backed off.
So at this point, now he's down health, he's down everything. He needs to pull something off here. And that is...
Is it?
Oh,
That was very big. Big step feint.
Yeah, sorry. Ops did a micro bluff charge.
skill
Like
winger.
a ducky turn. Yeah. So. Oh,
There were 2.
second weapon change from Billy.
I think a lot of these fights. Oh, a lovely switch there. A lot of these fights are going to be in Proteus, whether he dies soon enough or not.
Oh wow.
Oh, they both one hit to each other.
Yep. 1-1.
No! Actually, there, Leo not ready for the other side. Pingu, is he going to win this 1v2 to give them a shot at the grand final? He is not.
Pretty much doomed to lose the duel on paper.
Which is when something like RTA comes in.
Losing the Pingu stuff, losing the pool as well. Especially for some of these.
Like, try to go for a secret couch one early enough though. Judging the speed of the.
Whoa, that's no good. Pingu going for the rescue there, but
The name remains forever tarnishing the mistake there. Magnetized the flag. Good hit.
Down Stam looking to recover some. I don't think he got me.
There it is, the first recruit. Oh, he gets.
Oh wait. Oh wait a minute.
Both in parallel, right in the same direction.
do the exact same thing they just did that round. No, Pingu's down.
Big Polex plays, but E-Star gets one. Returns fire.
Oh, it's anybody's game.
A circle. A bandage. Is he baiting? I'm not sure. It's me watching this in competitive play. Yeah, Pingu looks like he's got the upper hand absolutely in this engagement now. Up on Stam. Yeah,
Believe that.
Broseph should have gone for the horse there.
Yeah.
Now, although they changed the 2 to kill on Bardiche, it still has some damn good animations, and seeing as it is very big step feint.
Leo very strong here. He's going to win this. All he's got to do is defend against Medina's Excels and he might be fine. Look, this is it. This is lovely dodge there. They have Blue have to take this and then they're going to win 6 in a row. Is Pingu going to win this without a weapon? No.
Legs don't have any momentum damage from the rider that receives it. It's only momentum damage from the rider.
I think you're really wanting this switch. Sheller missing one of his Messer swings, which very well could have lost. Going to have a lot of options. But if you're just walking up behind him, you're just offering your head up. Great backswing. Oh no! Can he hold on?
Yes, he can.
Make a lot more things to show them and use more stamina because he has to use a lot of force. It's pretty crazy that he's able to do so much for that.
Either to say something like, "Ham on your right, let me in." Medina could have actually taken that for a running switch there and killed Leo. That is a missed opportunity that I don't think they can bum one. Broseph actually got to get to 6 at this point. Now it just doesn't matter.
So good at it.
Oh, let's get together. Oh, big.
Pingu going for a throw. He knows he's got the time. Look at the drag. Look at this. Shallows in a corner. Literally.
He reads Disadrills on wind-ups. Disadrills willing to engage.
But Leo returns fire.
Leo was ready. Watching him from Shell's perspective, he might have just barely noticed that it's Leo.
Oh,
Wow.
that feed there. Medina's going to pull this off. We've seen him do it once or twice before in the duel, Robin.
If he just backed off. Unfortunately, E-Star just decides to float its way into him. idea to use those 50-50s.
Oh!
Goes for the kick.
Every fight he's actually lost. He's Sardo, I'm sure. Oh my goodness, what was that?
He gets...
Proteus decides to handicap his teammate, thinking Rocky just
Oh no.
trading pursuit positions back and forth.
I think Dissental has a large number of things he's thinking of doing here.
Like, switcheroo is pretty strong though against Proteus.
Yep.
No, they screwed that up.
Yeah. And the switches on the stab for the short speed.
If you make those mistakes or not until it happens, and then you're like, oh, obviously.
We can see him a bit more cautious here. I just saw him feign to pay out of his attack where earlier he went. Yes, he
Just needed to throw a chamber up there. That would have been fine. Fella's in a real bad situation.
the two after this one. If
I
they
think
don't,
we'll see an evening star ban.
well, we know Medina is also. No, they're both in the exact same position.
Okay, this is going to be a big one. Gonna collide.
That's it. If Shella can hold on, we do another round.
Bardiche. Lovely dodge.
Yeah, but then he pulls out a Bardiche thing like that, and Pinky just eats it.
Bardiche is 3 hits a kill, and there's plenty.
Just looked like he had the handoff mouse for a second there.
Dissenthal just happy to pursue here. He's got to be very careful about this. Hippo's surely telling him not to.
Well, but he is using angles, which I'm noticing.
Ooh, big early hit.
Really good by Carherd. To adapt to his style.
Well, it's much more focused on the execution sword there, as it should be.
Stakes for Shella. Switch over there not handled very well. Pingu knew what was going on. I think Pingu can't handle this.
Okay. Hippo breaks his horse away. And Ops turning the horse's head. Like body manip with the horse. Like that. Do it again. Oh, you get this destruct. I thought he would have got that. He gets right right. Okay, now going into a clockwise rotation.
Much more reliably than swings.
It's going to be a big stam imbalance here.
Medina probably going into this with a little more stam maybe, given he won a little earlier. Shella though could have held on, I'm sure.
Stam probably not going to come into account here.
No.
It really does with Pingu.
Loses it again. And that big miss, that's a huge penalty on his stam.
Oh, that Excel though.
He's still trying to milk
Ability
more
bomb.
stam time because he's big and defend himself. So if the person behind is really good at it, yeah, you really
Have speculated that we'll kill him here.
One hit will now kill Shella too. And Shella is running low on stam. Pingu's going to bring something out. There it
He's
is.
going to have to start doing waste stam, cuts off your ability. Oh! Yeah, cuts off your ability to really pull off any...
Stab there, but got the clash.
just like
work there. He was for a dagger through.
That was a very good tactical decision by Medina there. If Pingu wasn't happy...
when he did it in canter, so it's not a big deal. Hippo's still worth, worth 100. It gets the gamble in.
Big axels, big drags. Medina, no.
Other player is not as strong as him. It looked like he just tried it then, but Hippo went for the charge, which is like the early release.
Some good early stabs there. They seem to be cleaned up. Loftus going.
That was very quick. Now he's down health, he's down everything. He needs to pull something off here. And that is
Messed up because you're always trying to read the horse and where it's going. And when you see the big swing, it's like, oh, that's my read, but
Medina taking that leg damage there and he goes down. But eggs, he just putting it out.
you might take 2 shots, it depends. It does have 3-3 armor and you get a low speed, so there's no multiplier in that.
Was there a rules violation?
I've got no idea. This is big. There was a double tide throw apparently. That was forced for a rules violation.
Medina taking that leg damage there and he goes down. That eggs, he just putting it out.
Some good early stabs there. They seem to have cleaned up. Lothy just going for.
The 2 after this one. If
I
they
think
don't,
we'll see an evening star ban.
well, we know Medina is also
Turning the horse's head. Like body manip with a horse, basically. Like that. Just did it again. Oh, you get missed his instructor. I thought he would have got that. He didn't drive home.
A circle? A bandage? Is he baiting? I'm not sure. I don't think they're going to be that helpful.
maybe not because Pingu does have decent ping. Oh, lovely outranged the kick. There it is.
That was very nice.
Like a lot more things to show them and use more stamina. He has to use a lot more. It's pretty crazy that he's able to do so much damage.
Unfortunately, E-Star just decides to float its way into him.
Messed up because you're always trying to read the horse and where it's going. And when you see the big swing, it's like, oh, that's my read. But
Was there a rules violation we were unaware of?
I've got no idea. This is big. There was a double tide throw apparently. That was forced for a rules violation. Big Polex plays, but E-Star gets one. Returns fire.
oh, it's anybody's game. He gets
Proteus decides to handicap his teammate, thinking Lofty just
Oh,
turned
no.
it off.
opposite of micro bluff charge, but look at ducking. Yeah. So,
Waste stamp, cuts off your ability. Oh. Yeah, cuts off your ability to pull off any.
Oh,
Wow.
that feed there. Medina's got to pull this off. We've seen him do it once or twice before in the duel, Robin.
If he just backed off, you keep losing the pinger, you start to lose your cool as well. Especially for some of these. It's me watching this in competitive play.
and defend himself. So if the person behind is really good at it, yeah, you
Well, it's much more focused on the execution sword there, as he should be.
really good by Carherd. He's adapted his style.
Good work there. It was for a dagger throw.
That was a
but
very good tactical decision by Medina there. If Pingu wasn't happy,
Ops looked like he was a hand-off mouse for a second there.
isn't though just happy to pursue here. He's got to be very careful about this. Hippo's surely telling him not to.
Well,
So at this point, now he's down health, he's down everything. He needs to pull something off here, and that is
probably he reads distance rules wind-ups. Willing to engage.
Medina could have actually taken that for a running switch there and killed Leo. That is a missed opportunity that I don't think they
Did it. And it's not a big deal. It was worth it. It gets the gamble in.
Shallow really not enjoying that one-hander. Every fight he's actually lost to Pingu here.
That's it.
Oh.
It's very big. Big stab feint. Gonna have a lot of options. If you're just walking up behind him, just offering a head up, going back.
Legendary Leon not ready for the other side. Pingu, is he going to win this 1v2 to give them a shot at the grand final? He's
How big is that? Huge power going down.
Salvo.
Trying to milk
Really
the
well.
Have time for these big.
Oh, that's no good. Pingu going in for the rescue there, but
Just needed to throw a chamber up there. That would have been fine. Gil's in a real bad situation.
I think a lot of these fights. Oh, a lovely switch there. A lot of these fights are going to be in Proteus, whether he dies soon enough or not. Yeah, is he?
Magnetized player.
Got the upper hand, absolutely. It's engagement now. It's down.
Second weapon change for Billy.
No, they're both in the exact same position.
Okay, this is going to be a big one. Going to collide.
That's it. Stab there, but got the clash.
I'm just my.
Oh, wow.
Oh, they both one hit to each other.
Yep.